If you don't subscribe to the channel, all the stories will happen to you. Get ready for the nightmare. It was just an ordinary day when I stumbled upon the object that would upend my life. I had come home from work, tired and ready to unwind, when I noticed something strange in my bedroom. At first, it was nothing more than a flicker of light that caught my attention, a small reflection coming from behind one of my bookshelves. I didn't think much of it at first, dismissing it as the sunlight bouncing off a random object. But as I moved closer, curiosity got the better of me. There, hidden behind a stack of dusty novels, I saw something that sent a chill down my spine. It was small, black, and unfamiliar, a camera carefully positioned to watch the room. My heart pounded in my chest as I reached out, fingers trembling, to pull the device from its hiding spot. My mind raced through 1,000 questions at once. Who put this here? How long had it been there? And most terrifyingly, what had it captured? I examined the camera, noticing it was one of those wireless models with a built-in recording feature. The fact that it had been so well hidden suggested that this wasn't an accident. Someone had deliberately placed it in my bedroom, watching my every move without my knowledge. The room, once a safe haven, now felt foreign and invasive. Every object seemed to have eyes, every shadow a hidden secret. I stood frozen, holding the camera in my hand, unsure of what to do next. After what felt like an eternity, I forced myself to think rationally. First, I needed to figure out if there were any more cameras. I couldn't shake the fear that if there was one, there could be others. I began a thorough sweep of my apartment, pulling back curtains, lifting cushions, and checking every possible crevice. My mind kept flashing back to the countless private moments I had spent in this space, changing clothes, talking on the phone, sometimes even crying into my pillow. It was unbearable to think someone could have been watching all of that. By the time I finished, I hadn't found any more devices, but the paranoia lingered. I sat on the edge of my bed, the weight of the discovery pressing down on me like a physical force. I had always thought of my home as a place of safety and control, but that illusion had been shattered. What haunted me the most was the question of who. Who had done this? Who would go to such lengths to spy on me in such an intimate way? I thought of the usual suspects, nosy neighbors, a creepy landlord, maybe even an ex-boyfriend, but none of those seemed to fit. I didn't have a history of conflict or drama with anyone who would warrant such an invasion of my privacy. As I sat there, trying to process it all, I knew one thing for sure. This was no accident. Someone had been watching me, and now I had to find out who. The camera weighed heavy in my hand as I sat in my room, trying to make sense of everything. As much as I wanted to pretend that this was some sort of bizarre misunderstanding, I couldn't ignore the truth staring back at me. Someone had invaded my privacy. The unease settled deep in my chest, making my once cozy bedroom feel foreign and threatening. I paced the room, my mind jumping between anger and fear. I knew I had to do something, but where would I even begin? Reporting it to the police seemed like the logical step, but I was afraid they would dismiss it as paranoia or a prank. I needed more information. My phone buzzed on the bedside table, interrupting my spiraling thoughts. I grabbed it, half expecting to see some sort of ominous message or clue, but it was just a text from my best friend, Sarah. "Hey, how's your day going? You free for dinner tonight?" For a moment, I considered telling her everything, but then I hesitated. Was I overreacting? Maybe it was nothing, just a random act by some prankster. But deep down, I knew better. I texted her back a vague response about being busy and set the phone down. As much as I wanted to talk to someone, I needed to figure out more before dragging anyone else into this. My thoughts turned back to the camera. If it was recording, there had to be a way to retrieve the footage. I examined it more closely, looking for any clues. There was a small memory card slot on the side, and I pulled out the card with shaking hands. My mind raced. What would I find on it? I grabbed my laptop and inserted the card, feeling my heart race with anticipation and dread. As the files loaded, I was confronted with a series of videos, each labeled with a date and time. There were dozens of them, spanning the last few weeks. I clicked on the most recent one. The video opened to a grainy shot of my room, exactly as it appeared now. I watched as the footage played out, and there I was, walking around, reading a book, talking on the phone. I felt sick as I realized the camera had been watching me without my knowledge, capturing every mundane moment of my life. The next few videos showed more of the same, me going about my daily routine, unaware of the invisible observer. But then, in one of the earlier clips, something strange happened. I noticed a shadow moving in the corner of the screen, just outside the window. It was faint, almost unnoticeable, but it was there. Someone had been outside watching. I rewound the video and played it again, zooming in on the shadow. It wasn't just a trick of the light. Someone had been standing there, lurking in the darkness. My breath hitched as I realized the implications. Whoever had planted the camera hadn't just invaded my home. They had been physically near me, close enough to watch me from outside. I frantically clicked through more videos, trying to piece together any clues. The shadow appeared again in several recordings, always just outside the window, always faint but unmistakable. Whoever it was, they had been watching me for weeks. My mind raced as I tried to think of anyone who could be responsible. Was it someone from the building? A stranger? Or worse, someone I knew? The more I watched, the deeper the fear burrowed into me. This wasn't just a random act. This was deliberate. Someone had been stalking me, studying my habits, learning about my life in the most invasive way possible. I stood up from my desk, unable to sit still any longer. The walls of my apartment felt like they were closing in on me, and every creak or rustle outside made my skin crawl. I couldn't stay here, not knowing if I was still being watched. I had to do something, but what? A knock on the door startled me out of my thoughts. My heart raced, and I froze, staring at the door as if it would burst open at any moment. Who could it be? I wasn't expecting anyone. For a long moment, I debated whether to answer it. But then, I forced myself to move. I had to confront this. I had to take control of the situation. Slowly, I approached the door, peeking through the peephole. It was my landlord, Mr. Whitman, standing there with his usual friendly smile. Relief flooded through me, but only for a moment. Why was he here now, of all times? I opened the door a crack, keeping the chain in place. "Hi, Mr. Whitman. Is everything okay?" He smiled warmly, but something about his expression seemed off. "Just wanted to check in and make sure everything's all right in the apartment. Any issues?" I hesitated. Did he know about the camera? Had he planted it? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. "No, everything's fine," I lied, trying to keep my voice steady. "Why do you ask?" "Oh, just routine," he said casually. "I like to check in on tenants from time to time. If you need anything, don't hesitate to let me know." I nodded, feeling increasingly uneasy. As soon as he left, I locked the door behind him and leaned against it, my mind racing. Could he be involved? Or was I just being paranoid? One thing was clear, I couldn't trust anyone. After Mr. Whitman left, I found myself pacing around the apartment, my mind filled with questions. I couldn't stop thinking about the shadow outside the window in the video footage and the camera hidden in my room. Each new discovery added a layer of complexity to the situation, and I felt like I was spiraling deeper into a mystery I wasn't prepared to handle. I needed answers, but I wasn't sure where to start. The footage had given me a few clues, but not enough to figure out who was behind all of this. The thought of calling the police crossed my mind again, but I hesitated. Without concrete proof, they might dismiss it as a case of simple voyeurism or a prank. And even if they did believe me, there was no guarantee they could catch whoever was responsible. I decided to take matters into my own hands. If I was going to figure out who had been watching me, I needed to dig deeper. I grabbed my phone and started doing some research. There had to be something in my building's history or neighborhood that could explain what was going on. My first instinct was to search for any reports of similar incidents, stalkers, hidden cameras, or suspicious activity in the area. I typed in the name of my apartment complex, scrolling through local news articles and forums, hoping for a lead. But after an hour of digging, I found nothing out of the ordinary. No strange reports, no complaints from other tenants. It seemed like my building had been relatively quiet. I tried expanding my search, looking for any incidents in nearby neighborhoods. Again, nothing significant stood out. The frustration grew as I realized I was hitting dead ends at every turn. Whoever was responsible for this was careful, leaving no obvious trail for me to follow. Feeling defeated, I leaned back in my chair and rubbed my temples. Maybe I was going about this the wrong way. Instead of looking for external clues, I needed to focus on the people in my life. The ones who had access to my apartment, who knew my routine, and who could have planted the camera. I grabbed a notepad and started jotting down names. First, there was Mr. Whitman, the landlord. His unexpected visit still bothered me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he might know more than he was letting on. After all, he had access to the building and the apartments. But would he really go to such lengths to spy on a tenant? Next on my list were my neighbors. There was Mrs. Callahan, an elderly woman who lived across the hall. She kept to herself and rarely interacted with anyone. Then there was Jake, the college student who lived upstairs. He was friendly enough, but always seemed a little too curious about other people's business. And then there was Marcus, a quiet guy who lived down the hall. I hardly ever saw him, and he never said much when we did cross paths. As I thought about my neighbors, something clicked in my mind. The shadow in the videos. It had always appeared near the window facing the alleyway behind the building. Only a few apartments had windows facing that direction, including mine. If someone had been outside, watching, they would have needed access to that alley. I decided to check it out for myself. Grabbing my coat, I headed outside, making my way around the building to the narrow alley behind it. The evening air was crisp, and the fading daylight cast long shadows across the ground. As I reached the spot where I had seen the shadow in the footage, I looked up at the row of windows above me, including my own. It was a perfect vantage point. Someone standing here could easily watch me through the window without being noticed, especially at night. But who would be lurking back here, and why? As I scanned the area, something caught my eye, a small piece of paper stuck in the corner of the alley, partially hidden beneath a pile of leaves. I crouched down and picked it up, brushing off the dirt. It was a receipt from a nearby hardware store, dated just a few days ago. My heart raced as I studied the items listed: screws, electrical tape, and, most disturbingly, a wireless camera. The same type of camera I had found in my room. This was no coincidence. Someone had bought the camera recently and used it to spy on me. But the receipt didn't have a name on it, only a transaction number. I slipped it into my pocket, feeling a mix of fear and determination. This was the first real clue I had found, and it confirmed what I had suspected all along. This was intentional. As I stood there, the alley suddenly felt much more sinister. The walls seemed to close in around me, and every rustle of wind felt like a potential threat. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me even now, hidden in the shadows, waiting to see what I would do next. I quickly made my way back to the apartment, locking the door behind me as soon as I entered. The discovery of the receipt had given me a sense of progress, but it also deepened the mystery. Who had bought the camera? Was it someone in the building? Or was there someone else involved? Someone I hadn't even considered? I needed more information, and there was only one person who might be able to help: Sarah. She had a knack for digging up details and connections that others missed, and I trusted her judgment more than anyone else's. It was time to loop her in. I grabbed my phone and texted her, "I need to talk to you. It's urgent." I paced my apartment while waiting for Sarah to respond. My nerves were frayed, and every sound outside the door made me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had planted the camera might be watching my every move, waiting for me to slip up. I checked the windows, locked them again, and sat on the couch, phone clutched tightly in my hand. Sarah's response came quickly. "What's going on? Are you okay? I can be there in 20 minutes. I exhaled, feeling a small wave of relief. Knowing that Sarah was coming made me feel a little less alone in this nightmare. I shot her a quick reply. "Please hurry. I'll explain everything when you get here." I glanced around the apartment, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on me. Despite the clues I'd uncovered, I still didn't have the full picture. There was so much I didn't understand, and I wasn't sure how much danger I was truly in. Was the person watching me some kind of stalker? Or was it something even more sinister? The minutes ticked by slowly, each one making me more anxious. Finally, a knock on the door broke the tension, and I practically sprinted to answer it. I checked the peephole to confirm it was Sarah, then unlatched the door and let her in. Sarah stepped inside, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. "Okay, Spill, what's going on?" I motioned for her to sit down and took a deep breath. I found a hidden camera in my room. Her eyes widened in shock. "What? Where?" "In the vent above my bed," I said, pulling the camera from my pocket and handing it to her. And there's more. I found videos, footage of me, on this memory card. I gestured to my laptop, still open to the videos I'd been watching earlier. Sarah's face went pale as she glanced at the screen. "You're serious?" "Dead serious," I replied, running a hand through my hair. "And that's not all. I found this in the alley behind the building." I pulled the hardware store receipt from my pocket and handed it to her. "Someone bought a camera like this recently. I think it's the one they used to spy on me." Sarah stared at the receipt, her brow furrowed. "This is insane. Have you called the police?" "Not yet," I admitted. "I'm scared they won't believe me, or that they won't do anything about it. I needed more information first." Sarah nodded, her mind clearly racing. "Okay, let's think this through. Do you have any idea who might be behind this? Anyone in the building who's been acting strange?" I sighed, rubbing my temples. "I don't know. My landlord came by earlier, out of the blue, asking if everything was okay in the apartment. It felt weird, like he knew something." Sarah raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Whitman? You think he could be involved?" "I'm not sure," I said, feeling a knot form in my stomach. "But he has access to all the apartments. It wouldn't be hard for him to plant the camera. And then there's Jake from upstairs. He's always hanging around, asking too many questions." Sarah chewed her lip, deep in thought. "We need to figure out who bought this camera. That receipt is from a local store, right? Maybe we can go there and see if they remember who made the purchase." I hesitated. "You really think they'll remember? It could have been anyone." "It's worth a shot," she said firmly. "And if we don't get any leads there, we can try other angles. Maybe we can check if there are any security cameras around the store that might have caught the buyer on video." The thought of going out into the world, knowing someone was watching me, made my skin crawl. But Sarah was right. We couldn't just sit here. We had to take action. Before we could make a move, though, my phone buzzed again. I glanced at the screen, expecting another text from Sarah, or maybe a spam message, but my blood ran cold when I saw the notification. It was an anonymous text message, and it read, "Stop digging, or you'll regret it." I stared at the words, my heart pounding. Whoever was behind this knew what I was doing, and they weren't happy about it. I showed the message to Sarah, my hands shaking. "Holy crap," she muttered, her face going pale. "This is serious. We have to go to the police now. This isn't just someone spying on you. They're threatening you." Fear coiled tightly in my chest, but I knew she was right. This was no longer just about figuring out who was watching me. It was about my safety. Whoever was behind this had just escalated the situation. But even as we prepared to leave for the police station, something nagged at me. If I went to the police, would it really stop whoever was behind this? Or would it just make things worse? And how do they know I was digging into this? Were they watching me even now? As we stepped outside, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching, following our every move. Every passing car, every shadow in the alley, felt like a potential threat. The night air was thick with tension, and for the first time, I felt truly powerless. But I couldn't back down now. I had to keep pushing forward, no matter how dangerous it became. As Sarah and I left the apartment and made our way to the police station, the weight of the anonymous message pressed down on me. Whoever had sent that text wasn't just playing games. They were watching me closely, maybe even in real time. The thought made my skin crawl, and every step I took felt like it could be a trap. We didn't say much on the way. Sarah was focused, her eyes scanning the streets as if she expected someone to jump out at us. I kept glancing at my phone, half expecting another message to appear, telling me to turn back, to stop trying to figure out the truth. But nothing came. By the time we reached the station, the atmosphere was thick with tension. We stepped inside, and the sterile, fluorescent-lit environment felt almost surreal compared to the danger lurking outside. I approached the desk officer, explaining the situation as calmly as I could. Sarah stood beside me, offering silent support. At first, the officer seemed skeptical, as if hidden cameras and anonymous threats were part of some urban paranoia. But when I showed him the camera I'd found, the receipt, and the text message, his demeanor shifted. "This is serious," he said, scribbling down notes. "We'll need to file a report and have someone investigate this." Relief washed over me for a moment. Finally, someone was taking me seriously. But just as quickly, the relief turned into anxiety. The officer's words were clinical, detached. An investigation could take time, and I had no idea how far this threat went. The person behind all of this could be anyone, and the police weren't going to find them overnight. After giving my statement and answering a few more questions, Sarah and I left the station. The night felt even darker than before, the streets eerily quiet. As we walked, Sarah turned to me. "So, what now?" she asked, her voice low. I didn't know how to answer. Going to the police had been the logical next step, but it didn't feel like enough. Whoever was behind this was smart, careful, and they weren't going to stop just because I'd filed a report. "We have to keep looking," I said finally, my voice more determined than I felt. "We need to figure out who bought that camera." Sarah nodded. "The hardware store, it's our best lead right now. We'll go first thing in the morning." We headed back to my apartment, but as soon as we walked through the door, I froze. Something was off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but the air in the room felt wrong. Stale, cold, as if someone had been here in our absence. Sarah must have sensed it too. She glanced around, her body tensing. "Do you feel that?" I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest. Something's not right. Slowly, we began to search the apartment, looking for any sign of an intruder. My first instinct was to check the vent where I'd found the camera, but everything seemed normal there. No sign of forced entry, no new cameras. But still, the feeling of being watched lingered in the air. Then in the kitchen I saw it. A small, folded piece of paper sitting on the counter. I hadn't left it there. I was sure of it. My stomach twisted into knots as I approached, my hand trembling as I reached for the note. Sarah stood behind me, her breath hitching as I unfolded it. The message was scrawled in hurried, messy handwriting. "You were warned. Stop looking, or next time it'll be worse." My vision blurred as I stared at the words. The threat was real, and now it had invaded my personal space. Whoever this person was, they had been inside my apartment while we were at the police station. They could have been watching the entire time. Sarah was the first to speak. "We need to get out of here." She was right. Staying in my apartment was no longer safe. I felt exposed, vulnerable. Whoever had left the note had full access to my life, and there was no telling what they'd do next. "We can go to my place," Sarah suggested. "Just for tonight. We'll figure out our next move in the morning." I didn't argue. Grabbing a few essentials, I followed Sarah out of the apartment, locking the door behind me as if that could keep the threat at bay. But deep down, I knew it wouldn't. As we drove to Sarah's place, my mind raced with questions. How had they gotten in? Was it someone with a key, or had they broken in while we were gone? And why were they so intent on keeping me from digging any further? What was I getting close to that scared them enough to leave another threat? We arrived at Sarah's apartment, and for the first time that night, I felt a small sense of safety. Sarah lived in a secure building with controlled access, and she had a habit of checking all her locks twice before going to bed. I knew we'd be safe here, at least for the night. But as I lay on her couch, staring up at the ceiling, sleep was the furthest thing from my mind. The note kept replaying in my head, over and over, like a broken record. Whoever was behind this wasn't going to stop. They were determined to keep me from uncovering the truth, and they were willing to go to extreme lengths to make sure I didn't dig too deep. The question was, why? The morning couldn't come soon enough. I was exhausted, but my mind was still buzzing with fear and adrenaline. At dawn, we made our way to the hardware store, hoping for answers. The store was small, and the clerk behind the counter looked up as we entered. I approached, pulling out the receipt and explaining the situation as best I could without sounding too frantic. The clerk furrowed his brow, taking the receipt from me. "Yeah, I remember this transaction," he said after a moment. "Came through a few days ago. I don't know the guy, but he paid with cash. Didn't say much, just bought the stuff and left." My heart sank. Paying with cash meant there was no easy way to trace the buyer. I had been hoping for a lead, a name, a credit card, anything that could point us in the right direction, but it seemed like the trail was going cold. "Do you have any cameras in the store?" Sarah asked, her voice steady. The clerk nodded. "Yeah, we do. They're backed up for a week or so. I could check the footage, see if I can find the guy." My pulse quickened. This was it, a chance to see the person who had been watching me, who had planted the camera. I stood there, holding my breath as the clerk disappeared into the back to retrieve the footage. A few minutes later, he returned, motioning us over to the small monitor behind the counter. "Here, this is from the day of the purchase." We watched as the footage played. A man entered the store, wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, keeping his head down. Even through the grainy video, I could tell he was trying to avoid being recognized. But there was something about him, something familiar. And then it hit me. I had seen him before. This wasn't a stranger. He had been in the background of my life, just another face in the crowd. But now, he was the key to everything. My heart skipped a beat as I watched the grainy footage of the man purchasing the hidden camera. The details were obscured, his baseball cap low over his face, sunglasses concealing his eyes. But there was no denying the uneasy feeling in my gut. This man wasn't just a stranger in the shadows. He had been in my life before, lurking on the fringes, unnoticed until now. Sarah noticed my sudden silence. She turned to me, her eyebrows knitting in concern. "Do you recognize him?" I couldn't bring myself to answer right away. I replayed the moment in my mind, trying to place the face beneath the cap and glasses. He wasn't a close friend, not someone I interacted with regularly, but the familiarity was undeniable. "He's been around," I finally whispered. "I've seen him, maybe at work or on the street, but I can't remember exactly where." Sarah's eyes widened slightly. "Are you saying this guy's been watching you for a while?" "I don't know," I admitted, my mind racing. "But it feels like it. He's too familiar. Too close." We stared at the screen for a moment longer before the clerk's voice interrupted our thoughts. "Do you want me to make a copy of the footage for you? Maybe you can take it to the police." "Yes, please," I said, my voice more steady than I felt. The police were my next logical step, but part of me wondered how much help they'd really be. Whoever this guy was, he clearly knew how to stay under the radar. And after the first police visit, I wasn't sure they'd take me seriously enough to prioritize this case. As the clerk worked on making the copy, Sarah leaned in close to me. "What's our plan?" she asked quietly. "Are we going to let the police handle this? Or do we try to figure out who this guy is ourselves?" I took a deep breath. "We'll give the footage to the police, but I think we need to do some digging on our own too. We can't just wait around for them to connect the dots." Sarah nodded. "Agreed. But how do we start? You said you've seen him before. Do you think he's someone from your work? Or maybe someone who lives nearby?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But I feel like I've seen him in the neighborhood, maybe in passing. I need to retrace my steps, think about where I've been and where I've seen him." The clerk handed me a USB drive with the footage. "Here you go. Good luck." I thanked him, and we left the store. The air outside felt heavier now, thick with the weight of the mystery we were trying to unravel. Every face on the street seemed suspicious, every passerby a potential threat. I found myself scanning the crowd, wondering if the man in the footage was watching me even now. Back at Sarah's apartment, we spread out the evidence we had gathered so far: the camera, the receipt, the anonymous texts, and now the store footage. It wasn't much, but it was more than I had started with. The problem was, none of it led directly to the man behind the camera. "We need more information," Sarah said. "Something to narrow down where this guy might be." I nodded. "I'll try to remember where I've seen him. Maybe if I go through my old photos or think back to the places I've been recently, something will click." We spent the next few hours going through my phone, scrolling through countless photos and videos. It was a slow, tedious process, but we didn't have much else to go on. I combed through images of work events, random snapshots of my neighborhood, and social gatherings, looking for any sign of the man from the hardware store. And then, in a photo from 2 weeks ago, I saw him. It was a casual shot taken at a local cafe, the kind of place I visited often. In the background, sitting at a small table near the window, was the man in the baseball cap. He wasn't looking at the camera. His face was turned slightly to the side, but the profile matched the man from the footage. I showed the photo to Sarah. "That's him," I said, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. "That's the guy." She leaned in, her eyes narrowing as she studied the image. "Do you remember seeing him there? Was he watching you?" I shook my head. "I don't know. I didn't notice him at the time, but it can't be a coincidence. He's been following me for longer than I thought." We stared at the photo in silence for a moment, the weight of the realization sinking in. This wasn't just some random stranger. This man had been watching me for weeks, maybe longer, and I had been completely unaware. "We need to find out who he is," Sarah said, breaking the silence. Maybe the cafe has security cameras. We could ask them to check their footage, see if they recognize him. It was a long shot, but it was the only lead we had. With renewed determination, we left Sarah's apartment and headed to the cafe. The streets felt different now. Every shadow hiding potential danger, every stranger a suspect. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that the man from the photo was one step ahead of us, always lurking just out of sight. When we arrived at the cafe, I approached the manager, explaining the situation as carefully as I could. I didn't want to sound paranoid, but I needed their help. The manager, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, seemed sympathetic. "We do have cameras," she said, "but the footage only goes back a week. I can check for you, but I'm not sure how much it'll help." It wasn't much, but it was something. I waited anxiously as she pulled up the footage, scanning through the days I had been there. I held my breath, hoping for a glimpse of the man from the photo. But after several minutes of searching, there was nothing. No sign of the man. It was as if he had vanished, leaving no trace behind. Frustration welled up inside me. We were so close, but the trail was slipping through our fingers. The man was careful, calculated, always staying just out of reach. Sarah put a hand on my shoulder. "We'll figure this out," she said softly. "We didn't need to keep looking. He can't hide forever." But as I left the cafe, a sense of dread settled over me. The man who had been watching me wasn't just hiding, he was controlling the game, and I was running out of moves. The discovery of the photo at the cafe had rattled me more than I cared to admit. Seeing the man's face, realizing how close he had been, how long he might have been watching, sent a shiver down my spine that I couldn't shake. Every time I thought of that moment, sitting in the cafe blissfully unaware of his presence, it made me feel exposed, like my privacy had been violated in ways I hadn't yet comprehended. Sarah was relentless in her support, pushing me to keep investigating, even as my nerves frayed. Her tenacity kept me going when all I wanted to do was lock myself in my apartment and forget about the whole thing. But I couldn't stop now. I had come too far, and the weight of fear pressed down on me every waking moment. Back at Sarah's apartment, we sat at her kitchen table, the dim light of her laptop flickering as she scrolled through more footage and news reports, searching for any mention of the man. My mind raced as I pieced together every clue we had, but something was still missing, a connection, a reason why he was targeting me. Then, an idea struck me. "Do you think he could be someone I know from online?" I asked, my voice sounding small in the quiet room. "Maybe someone who's been following me on social media, tracking my posts?" Sarah looked up from the screen, considering the possibility. "It's worth looking into. Do you remember posting about the cafe or any of the places where you saw him?" I nodded slowly. "I'm pretty active on Instagram. I've posted about being at that cafe before. And other places too. Maybe he's been tracking me through my posts, showing up where I go." The realization sent a fresh wave of unease through me. Social media, something I had used so casually, so openly, had become a tool for this man to follow my every move. It made sense. In the digital age, we were all so easy to track, our lives laid bare for anyone to see. We opened my Instagram account and began scrolling through my posts. I had tagged several locations over the past few months, cafes, parks, even my favorite bookstore. As we combed through the comments, I looked for anything unusual, any account that seemed out of place. Then there was a user with a generic username, no profile picture, and no posts had been liking and commenting on almost every photo. The comments were always innocuous, "Nice shot," or "Looks fun," but the frequency of their interactions stood out. This account had been silently following me for months, watching my every move. "Do you think it's him?" Sarah asked, her eyes scanning the screen as she leaned in closer. "I don't know," I whispered, my fingers hovering over the profile. "But it's too coincidental. Why would someone with no posts and no followers be so invested in my life?" I clicked on the account, but there was almost nothing to see. No posts, no bio, no real indication of who this person was. Just an empty shell of an account, created for the sole purpose of observing. "We need to trace this," Sarah said, determination hardening her voice. "Maybe we can figure out who's behind this profile. If it's him, we can find out where he's been logging in from." I wasn't sure how we would go about that, but Sarah seemed to have an idea. She opened a new tab, and began searching for ways to trace the IP address of an Instagram account. It was a long shot, and the methods she found were risky, but I was desperate. I needed answers. As we worked late into the night, my phone buzzed on the table. I glanced at the screen and froze. Another anonymous message had come through. "I know what you're doing." My heart skipped a beat, and I felt a cold chill spread through my body. He was watching me, right now. I showed the message to Sarah, my hands trembling. "He knows," I whispered. "He knows we're trying to find him." Her eyes widened in alarm. "How?" "We haven't posted anything. We haven't." I cut her off, my voice shaking with fear. "He's been watching me the whole time. He knows everything I do. It's like he's always one step ahead." We sat in stunned silence for a moment, the weight of the situation pressing down on us. This wasn't just some passive observer. This was someone who had infiltrated every aspect of my life, watching, waiting, manipulating my actions without me even realizing it. "We have to stop," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "If we keep digging, he'll do something worse. He's not just following me. He's controlling this." Sarah looked conflicted, her face tight with worry. "But we can't stop now. We're so close. If we back off, he'll keep watching, keep tormenting you." "I know," I said, my voice shaking. "But what if we push too far? What if we make him angry?" Before Sarah could respond, the lights in her apartment flickered. We both froze, our eyes darting toward the ceiling. Then, with a soft hum, the power went out entirely, plunging the apartment into darkness. We sat in the pitch black, our hearts pounding in the silence. The only light came from the dim glow of the laptop, its battery still running. I could feel Sarah's fear as tangibly as my own, the suffocating dread filling the room. And then, from the hallway outside, we heard footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps. I grabbed Sarah's arm, my pulse racing as the sound grew closer. We stared at each other in the darkness, too terrified to speak. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. There was a soft knock. I couldn't breathe. My mind raced through every possibility. Was it him? Was he standing there, just on the other side of the door, waiting for us to make a move? The knock came again, louder this time. My heart pounded in my chest, the fear overwhelming. I glanced at Sarah, who looked as scared as I felt. The third knock echoed through the silence, long and drawn out. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the footsteps retreated. We sat frozen, listening as the sound faded into the distance. For a long moment, we didn't move. Then Sarah, her voice barely above a whisper, said, "We need to leave." "Now." I nodded, my throat too tight to speak. We grabbed what we could and hurried out of the apartment, every shadow feeling like it could hide our tormentor. The man who knew where I was every night wasn't just a phantom in the digital world anymore. He was real, he was close, and he wasn't going to stop until I had nowhere left to run. Leaving Sarah's apartment in a rush, the reality of what was happening hit me harder than ever. The anonymous messages, the eerie sightings, the man at the cafe, everything was converging into a suffocating terror. As we drove through the city, every passing shadow felt like a threat, every pedestrian like a figure lurking too close. We didn't know where to go, and panic was starting to take over. "We can't go back to my place," I muttered, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. "If he's been watching me, he'll know to look for us there." Sarah nodded, her face pale in the dim light of the car. "What about a hotel? Somewhere he wouldn't expect." I hesitated, feeling the weight of the decision. He's been one step ahead this whole time. I don't know if we can hide from him. We ended up at a small, nondescript motel on the edge of town. It wasn't much, but it felt safer than going home. After checking in under fake names, we barricaded ourselves in the room. Sarah locked the door behind us, shoving a chair under the handle as extra protection. The room was silent except for the low hum of the heater, but the tension in the air was palpable. Neither of us spoke as we unpacked our things. I had no idea how we were going to confront this man, or if we even could. As I sat down on the bed, my phone buzzed again. My heart sank as I glanced at the screen. "I see you." The message sent an icy wave of fear through me. My hands trembled as I showed it to Sarah. How does he know where we are? How is this even possible? Sarah's eyes were wide with disbelief. "He can't be tracking us. We didn't post anything online, and we've been careful." But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. He had always known where I was. He was always there, watching from the shadows. No matter how careful we were, it was as if he was one step ahead, always. "I think he's here," I whispered, barely able to get the words out. "Somehow, he knows exactly where we are." Sarah stood up, pacing the room. "We have to figure out who he is. We can't just keep running forever." I nodded, though I wasn't sure how to fight back against someone who seemed to control everything. What if we confront him? What if we set a trap? The idea felt dangerous, but we were out of options. We needed to turn the tables before he closed in completely. Sarah agreed, though she looked hesitant. But how do we draw him out? If he knows we're onto him, he might just disappear. I thought for a moment, the wheels in my mind turning. He wants me to feel scared, to feel watched. What if I make him believe I'm still scared, still vulnerable? We could set up a situation where I'm alone, somewhere public but isolated enough for him to make a move. Sarah frowned. "That's risky. He could try to hurt you." "I don't think he will. Not yet. He's had chances to hurt me before, but he hasn't. He wants to toy with me first." We spent the next hour planning carefully. The goal was to make it seem like I was out in public, alone, unaware that we were setting a trap. If the stalker was as meticulous as we thought, he wouldn't resist the opportunity to make his presence known. But we'd be ready this time. The plan was set. The next morning, I would go to a nearby park, a place I often posted about on social media, while Sarah stayed hidden with a camera, documenting everything. If the man showed up, we would have proof of his identity, and we could take it to the authorities. The hours leading up to dawn were some of the longest of my life. I barely slept, my mind racing with possibilities of what could go wrong. Every sound outside the motel room made me jump. Every shadow looked like him, creeping closer. Finally, the morning came. My stomach churned with nervous energy as we prepared to leave. The park we chose was quiet, a perfect place for a confrontation without too many witnesses. I felt exposed as we arrived, the open space giving me no real place to hide. But that was the point. I had to appear vulnerable. I sat on a bench, trying to act casual as I scrolled through my phone, pretending to be lost in thought. The minutes ticked by slowly, every second feeling like an eternity. My heart raced with anticipation, the fear of what was about to happen gnawing at me. Sarah was hidden nearby, watching through the lens of her camera. She was ready to act at the first sign of danger. All we needed now was for him to take the bait. And then I saw him, the man from the cafe. The same face, the same unsettling presence. He stood at the edge of the park, watching me. My heart pounded in my chest as I kept my head down, pretending not to notice. He took a step closer, his movements slow and deliberate. This was it. Sarah must have seen him too, because she shifted positions, getting a better angle for the shot. I could feel the tension in the air, like we were on the verge of something irreversible. The man moved closer, his eyes locked on me. My breath caught in my throat as he reached into his jacket. Was he pulling out a weapon? A phone? I couldn't tell. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, but I stayed still, waiting for him to make his move. And then he spoke. "I've been watching you," he said, his voice low and chilling. "Every night, every day. You can't hide from me." I looked up, meeting his gaze. His face was cold, expressionless, but there was something unsettling in his eyes, an emptiness that made my skin crawl. "Why?" I asked, my voice shaking despite my efforts to remain calm. "Why me? What do you want?" A twisted smile crept onto his face. "Because I can." The simplicity of his answer struck me like a punch to the gut. This wasn't about some deep, personal vendetta. It was about control, power. He had chosen me because he could, because he enjoyed the game. Before I could respond, Sarah emerged from her hiding spot, camera in hand, shouting, "I've got everything. The police will know." The man's smile faded, and for a moment, I saw something flicker in his eyes. Fear, perhaps, or maybe just the realization that the game was over. He turned and ran. Sarah and I didn't chase him. We knew better than to engage directly. Instead, we called the police, showing them the footage and giving them a full account of what had happened. It wasn't much, but it was something. proof that this man had been stalking me. The police launched an investigation, and though they couldn't arrest him immediately, the man disappeared from my life after that. No more messages, no more sightings. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. But the fear never fully left me. Even now, I check my phone for anonymous messages, my heart skipping a beat every time I hear footsteps behind me. I moved to a new apartment, changed my online habits, and became hypervigilant of my surroundings. I'd won, in a sense, but the victory felt hollow. The damage had been done. Somewhere out there, he's still watching, and I'll never know when, or if, he'll decide to come back. The days that followed the confrontation at the park were a blur of police reports, anxious waiting, and sleepless nights. Despite the sense of temporary relief, a deep-rooted fear had taken hold, one that I couldn't shake. The man had disappeared, leaving behind no trace, no messages, no sightings, but his presence lingered like a dark cloud over my life. Sarah stayed with me for a while after the incident. She tried to reassure me, reminding me that the police were on alert and that we had enough evidence to keep him away. But it wasn't enough. The fear was no longer just about him. It had seeped into every corner of my life, turning the ordinary into something terrifying. Every sound, every shadow, every passerby on the street felt like a threat. The man had stolen more than just my sense of safety. He had taken away my peace of mind. The control he had exerted over my life, even after he had vanished, was undeniable. One afternoon, I sat in my new apartment, much smaller than my previous one, but it felt more secure. The windows were reinforced with thick curtains, and I had installed extra locks on the door. Yet, even with all these precautions, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I picked up my phone, scrolling aimlessly through messages from friends who had heard about what happened. Their words were filled with concern, but no one truly understood what I was going through. No one except Sarah, who had been with me through it all. But something was still missing: closure. The man had never been caught, and the idea that he could return at any moment was always in the back of my mind. The police had done all they could, but their efforts seemed to hit a dead end. No leads, no sightings. It was as if he had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the psychological scars of his presence. Sarah called me that evening, her voice calm but tinged with concern. "How are you holding up?" "I don't know," I admitted, pacing the small living room. "I'm trying to move on, but it's like he's still here. I can't shake the feeling that he's just waiting for the right moment to come back." "I get it," she said softly, "but you can't let him control your life anymore. You've done everything you can to protect yourself. You can't keep living in fear." "I know, but it's easier said than done," I replied, glancing at the tightly locked windows. "Every time I close my eyes, I see him. Every time I go outside, I think he's watching me. It's like he's still playing the game, even if he's not physically here." Sarah paused for a moment before responding. "Maybe it's time to confront this in a different way. The police might not have caught him, but you don't have to let him win. You've taken back control of your life in so many ways. Don't let him take more from you." Her words resonated with me, but I wasn't sure how to implement them. How do you fight a fear that's rooted in your mind? How do you reclaim a sense of normalcy when you've been trained to expect the worst at every turn? That night, I tried to sleep, but the familiar anxiety crept in. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside, sent my heart racing. It was as though I was constantly waiting for the other shoe to drop. Around 2 a.m., I jolted awake, heart pounding. The same old nightmare had returned. The man standing in the corner of my room, watching, waiting. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the residual fear. The room was dark and still, but my mind was racing. Suddenly, I heard a faint tapping sound. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but distinct enough to send a chill down my spine. I sat up, listening carefully. The tapping continued, rhythmic, coming from the window. My heart raced as I slowly got out of bed and approached the window, my breath hitching in my throat. The curtains were drawn tightly, but the sound persisted. I reached for my phone, heart pounding, and texted Sarah. "I'm hearing something outside. I'm freaking out." Her response came almost immediately. "Do you want me to come over?" I hesitated, staring at the window. The tapping had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. No, it's probably nothing. Just my mind playing tricks. If you're sure, Sarah responded, though her concern was evident in the message. I stood there for a few more moments, my body tense, every nerve on high alert. Eventually, I convinced myself to go back to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. The tapping hadn't been real. It couldn't have been. It was just my paranoia, manifesting in ways I hadn't expected. But the following morning, as I opened the curtains to let in some sunlight, my blood ran cold. There, etched into the glass of the window, were faint scratch marks. They were barely visible, but they were there, lines scratched into the surface of the window, as if someone had been standing outside, clawing at the glass. I stumbled back, my heart hammering in my chest. This wasn't my imagination. Someone had been there, watching, just as I had feared. The man hadn't disappeared. He was still out there, lurking, waiting for the right moment to strike again. In a panic, I called Sarah, my voice trembling as I explained what I had found. She listened silently, her breathing tense on the other end of the line. "Are you sure?" she asked, her voice low. "Are you sure it's him?" "I don't know," I admitted, pacing the room. "But who else would it be? No one knows where I live now. I've been so careful." Sarah sighed heavily. "We need to go to the police again. This time, they have to take it seriously. We have evidence. This is proof." I agreed, but the sinking feeling in my stomach told me that the police wouldn't be able to help. This man was too good at what he did, too careful. He had made his presence known in a way that only I would understand, a way that would continue to torment me without leaving enough evidence for anyone else to act. We filed another report, of course, but as expected, the police were limited in what they could do. They sent someone to investigate the scratches on the window, but there were no other signs of forced entry, no fingerprints, nothing that could conclusively tie the incident to the man from before. I was left with more questions than answers, and the fear grew even stronger. He was still out there, still playing his twisted game, and I had no idea when or if he would strike again. The days turned into weeks, but the fear never left me. I was constantly on edge, waiting for the next sign that the man was still out there, still watching. The scratches on the window served as a permanent reminder that no matter how far I ran or how many precautions I took, I could never truly escape him. Sarah continued to support me, but even she could see the toll this was taking. Every conversation was laced with concern, and she constantly checked in to make sure I was okay. But we both knew that something had to change. Living in this perpetual state of fear was unsustainable. One evening, as I sat in my apartment, staring blankly at the scratches on the window, I felt a sudden surge of anger. I was tired of being afraid, tired of letting this man control my life from the shadows. He had taken so much from me already, my peace, my sense of safety, my freedom, and I couldn't let him take any more. I made a decision that night. I wasn't going to wait for him to make his next move. I was going to take back control. But how? The police had done all they could, and there was no physical evidence to pursue. This was a battle of the mind, a psychological war that he had been winning for far too long. I sat down and began to write. I poured everything I had into the words, detailing every interaction, every fear, every moment of terror I had experienced. It wasn't just a journal. It was a letter, not to him, but to myself. A declaration that I would no longer be his victim. For hours, I wrote, the words flowing freely, releasing years of pent-up fear and frustration. By the time I finished, it was late into the night, but I felt lighter than I had in months. I read the letter over and over, reminding myself that I was still in control of my life, not him. But just as I was about to put the letter away, something caught my eye. There was a flicker of movement outside my window, a shadow passing by so quickly that I almost missed it. My heart pounded in my chest as I slowly rose from my chair, peering through the curtains. There, standing in the darkness, was the man. He was just as I remembered, tall, his face obscured by the shadows, but his presence unmistakable. He stood there, staring up at me, unmoving, as if waiting for something. For a moment, panic gripped me. Every instinct told me to run, to call the police, to do anything but stand there frozen. But then, something shifted inside me. The fear that had ruled my life for so long began to melt away, replaced by something else, resolve. I opened the window, the cool night air rushing into the room. The man didn't move. He just stood there, watching. "You don't scare me anymore," I said, my voice steady, though my heart raced. "You can't control me." For a long moment, he said nothing. He didn't move. The silence stretched between us, heavy and thick. But then, something unexpected happened. The man took a step back, his head tilting slightly as if considering my words. And then, without a word, he turned and disappeared into the darkness. I stood there, stunned, my heart still pounding in my chest. He was gone, just like that. After all the fear, all the terror, all the sleepless nights, he had simply walked away. The police came later, of course, after Sarah called them. They searched the area, but found nothing. No footprints, no evidence that he had ever been there. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. But this time, I didn't care. It wasn't about him anymore. It was about me and the fact that I had finally taken back control of my life. The fear didn't vanish overnight, of course. There were still moments when I felt the old panic rising, when I thought I saw shadows moving in the corners of my vision. But I no longer let it control me. Weeks later, I moved out of that apartment. Sarah helped me find a new place in a different city, far from the memories that haunted me. It was a fresh start, a chance to rebuild my life without the constant shadow of fear hanging over me. I still think about him sometimes. I wonder if he's out there, watching someone else, playing his twisted games with another unsuspecting victim. But I also know that wherever he is, he no longer has power over me. The man may still be out there, but I've reclaimed my life. And that, in the end, is the greatest victory of all. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. It was an ordinary Saturday when my life took a strange turn. I had just returned home after a long week of work, eager to unwind in the comfort of my cozy apartment. As I stepped inside, the scent of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, a welcome invitation to indulge in my favorite ritual, a steaming cup while nestled on the couch with a good book. As I settled into my favorite spot, my phone buzzed on the coffee table. It was a message from Sarah, my childhood friend, who had recently moved back to town. "Hey, I found something for you. Come over when you can." Curiosity piqued. I set my book aside and grabbed my jacket. I had no idea what she could possibly have found, but knowing Sarah, it could range from a vintage thrift store find to something utterly bizarre. When I arrived at her place, she greeted me with a wide smile, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders in waves. The atmosphere was filled with warmth, and the living room was a reflection of her eclectic taste. Colorful art on the walls, mismatched furniture, and the inviting aroma of her latest baking endeavor. "Hey, you won't believe what I stumbled upon at that old antique shop downtown," Sarah exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She led me to a corner of the room where a large, ornate box sat atop a small table. "What is it?" I asked, intrigued. With a dramatic flourish, Sarah opened the box to reveal a vintage porcelain doll, its expression frozen in an eerie smile. Its glassy blue eyes seemed to follow me as I approached. The doll wore a frilly, faded pink dress with lace trim, and its hair was styled in neat ringlets. "Isn't she beautiful?" Sarah said, beaming. I couldn't resist her. "I thought you'd appreciate her charm." I couldn't help but smile back, though a shiver ran down my spine. There was something unsettling about the doll, a vibe that suggested it might not be entirely innocent. "She's definitely unique," I replied, forcing enthusiasm into my tone. "Where did you find her?" "At a little shop on the edge of town. The owner said she had a fascinating backstory, but I didn't catch all the details," Sarah said, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "I figured you'd love to hear more about it. You can take her home for now." Despite my lingering unease, I accepted the doll. As I cradled it in my arms, I felt an inexplicable weight, as if it held secrets waiting to be uncovered. "I'll be fine with her for a while," I said, trying to shake off the feeling. I could use a little oddity in my life. After chatting for a while and enjoying some of Sarah's freshly baked cookies, I headed back home, the doll carefully placed in the passenger seat of my car. The sun dipped below the horizon as I drove, casting long shadows across the empty streets. Once I got home, I set the doll on the shelf in my living room, next to a collection of books and trinkets. Her gaze seemed to pierce through me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that she was more than just a decoration. As the night deepened, I tried to ignore the nagging sensation in my gut. I settled in with my book, the doll barely noticeable from the corner of my eye. But as I read, I couldn't help but glance over at her every now and then. Each time, she seemed to be in a slightly different position, her head turned just a fraction more, her smile more pronounced. Am I imagining things? I muttered to myself, rubbing my eyes. I shook my head, dismissing the thought as fatigue. I had worked hard all week, and my mind was likely playing tricks on me. The hours passed, and finally, I decided it was time for bed. As I turned off the lights and climbed under the covers, the shadows danced ominously on the walls, and the house settled into silence. But sleep eluded me. Every creak and rustle made my heart race. I kept thinking about the doll, wondering if I had made a mistake bringing her into my home. After what felt like an eternity, I finally drifted off, exhaustion overtaking me. But just before dawn, I was jolted awake by a noise. My eyes shot open, and I glanced at the shelf where the doll had been. My breath caught in my throat. She was gone. Panic surged through me as I sat up in bed, my heart pounding like a war drum. The room was dimly lit by the faint glow of the streetlight outside, and in that eerie illumination, I could see the shelf where the doll had been displayed. It was empty. Where is she? I whispered to myself, a chill creeping down my spine. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, my feet landing on the cold wooden floor. The silence of the room felt oppressive, wrapping around me like a heavy fog. I squinted into the darkness, half expecting the doll to be standing in the middle of the room, a mocking smile frozen on her porcelain face. I shook my head, trying to clear my mind. It's just a doll, I told myself, but deep down, the unsettling feeling refused to budge. As I padded quietly across the room, I strained to listen for any sounds that might indicate where she had gone. The stillness was almost deafening. My heart raced as I reached the shelf, my eyes scanning the room for any sign of movement. There was nothing. Then, a faint creak echoed from the hallway, sending shivers down my spine. I froze, instinctively holding my breath. I couldn't ignore it. The sound had come from outside my bedroom door. I felt a surge of adrenaline. What if it was the doll? What if she was moving on her own? I tiptoed toward the door, each step cautious and deliberate. I reached for the doorknob, hesitating for a moment as I fought the urge to turn back. It's just a doll, I reminded myself again, but the thought did little to soothe my nerves. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door, and the hinges creaked loudly in the silence. I peered into the dark hallway, the faint light from my bedroom barely illuminating the space. My heart raced as I stepped out, ready to confront whatever was lurking in the shadows. The hallway was empty, but as I walked further out, I noticed something out of place. At the end of the hallway, the bathroom door stood slightly ajar. I hadn't left it open, and the sight made my stomach churn. Was the doll in there? I approached cautiously, each step echoing in the stillness. The air felt thick with tension, and I hesitated outside the door. Okay, just check, I whispered to myself, trying to muster some courage. It's just a doll, nothing to worry about. With a trembling hand, I pushed the door open. The bathroom was dimly lit, the small window allowing only a sliver of moonlight to seep in. I scanned the room, my breath hitching as I realized the doll was not there either. Suddenly, the light flickered, and I felt a cold draft brush against my skin, raising the hairs on the back of my neck. My eyes darted to the mirror, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw a flash of movement behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing there. This is ridiculous, I thought, feeling a wave of frustration wash over me. Maybe I had misplaced the doll somewhere, or maybe Sarah had played a prank on me. I needed to get my head straight. I returned to the living room, switching on the lights. The bright glow illuminated the space, revealing the scattered furniture and the array of books on the shelf. Yet, the absence of the doll loomed larger than before. I searched every corner of the room, lifting cushions and moving objects, but she was nowhere to be found. Just as I was about to give up, a soft sound caught my attention. It was faint, almost like a whisper, but it seemed to echo from behind the couch. Curiosity and dread washed over me. I crouched down, peering behind the couch, and gasped at what I found. The doll was there, sitting upright, her head tilted slightly as if she had been observing the room the entire time. But what sent a chill down my spine was the fact that she was no longer in the same position I had left her. "Okay, this is getting weird," I muttered, my voice shaky. "How had she gotten there?" I picked her up, my fingers brushing against her cold porcelain skin. Her blue eyes seemed to gleam mischievously in the light, and I felt an unsettling chill run through me. I placed her back on the shelf, trying to push aside the gnawing discomfort. I needed to know more about this doll, to understand why it felt so strange. I pulled out my phone and started searching for information about her. As I scrolled through various websites, I stumbled upon a forum discussing haunted dolls. My heart raced as I read through the posts, descriptions of unsettling experiences that echoed my own. Other owners reported similar instances of their dolls moving on their own or being found in different places. Could it really be haunted? I thought, skepticism battling with the creeping sense of dread. Just as I was about to close my phone, a new message notification appeared from Sarah. "Hey, did you find out anything about the doll? I heard some strange things about her history." My stomach sank. What had I gotten myself into? I hesitated for a moment, my fingers hovering over the screen. I couldn't let my imagination spiral out of control. I typed back quickly, wanting to know more. "What do you mean? What did you hear?" The seconds felt like hours as I waited for her response. When it finally came, my heart raced as I read her reply. "I'll tell you everything tomorrow. Just be careful with her." "Okay." The morning light spilled through my window, casting long shadows across the floor, but I barely noticed. My mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and questions, spinning around the strange events of the previous night. Had the doll really moved on its own? Was I just imagining things? Determined to find answers, I brewed a pot of coffee, the familiar aroma grounding me amid the chaos in my mind. I felt a mix of apprehension and excitement as I waited for Sarah to arrive, eager to hear what she knew about the doll's history. Just as I poured myself a cup, there was a knock on the door. My heart raced again, this time with anticipation. I opened the door to find Sarah standing there, her eyes wide with excitement and concern. "I hope you don't mind, but I brought some stuff I found about the doll," she said, holding a stack of papers and a few articles clutched tightly in her hands. "Come in," I replied, ushering her inside. We settled in the living room, the doll perched ominously on the shelf. Its presence felt more strongly than ever. "I was at that antique shop when I overheard the owner talking about her," Sarah began, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "She's supposed to have some creepy backstory." "What do you mean?" I asked, leaning forward, intrigued. "The woman who owned her before was convinced the doll was possessed. She said it would move around on its own, like it had a mind of its own. She ended up getting rid of it because she couldn't take it anymore," Sarah explained, her eyes darting toward the doll. A chill ran down my spine as I processed her words. "That's insane. Why would you buy something like that?" Sarah shrugged, a grin tugging at her lips. "I thought it was just a cool piece of history. I didn't think it would actually do anything." I chuckled nervously, but deep down, I felt the weight of her story sink in. "Do you think it could really be haunted?" She nodded slowly, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. "There are a lot of stories about haunted dolls, you know? Some people believe they hold onto the spirits of their former owners, or even attract negative energy." I shook my head, trying to rationalize it. "It's just a doll, right? I mean, there must be a logical explanation for all this." "Maybe," Sarah said, flipping through the papers she had brought. "But this doll has a name. Her name is Annabelle." "Annabelle?" I echoed, the name feeling oddly familiar. "Yeah, apparently. The original owner named her after a childhood friend who died tragically. Ever since then, weird things have been reported." "What kind of weird things?" I asked, unable to hide my curiosity. "People say they've heard whispers at night, seen her change positions, or even felt her watching them," Sarah replied, her voice growing softer. "One person even claimed that they found her in a different room entirely." A nervous laugh escaped my lips. "That sounds like a horror movie plot, or a really creepy documentary," she shot back, her eyes twinkling. But listen, I think we should try to investigate this a bit. Maybe we can find out more about her. I'm not sure that's a good idea, I admitted, anxiety bubbling in my stomach. But the thrill of the unknown tugged at my curiosity. What do you have in mind? I found some old newspaper articles about the doll and her owner. We can visit the library and see if there are any records. Plus, I want to see if we can get in touch with the previous owner. If anyone can tell us more, it'll be her, Sarah suggested, her enthusiasm infectious. Against my better judgment, I nodded. All right, let's do it. But if I start having nightmares or something, I'm blaming you. Sarah laughed, a bright sound that eased the tension in the room. Deal. Let's get to the library before it gets too crowded. We gathered our things, and I grabbed the doll, cradling her in my arms as we headed out. The sunlight felt warm on my skin, but the weight of the porcelain doll felt heavier with each step. The library was a quiet sanctuary, filled with the scent of aged paper and the soft whispers of patrons searching for knowledge. Sarah and I split up, combing through old newspapers and records, searching for anything that could shed light on Annabelle's past. Hours passed, and I started to feel overwhelmed. Just as I was about to give up, I stumbled across an article tucked away in the archives. The headline read, "Tragic Death of Local Girl Haunts Antique Shop." I pulled it out, my heart racing. The article detailed the story of a young girl named Annabelle who had died in a freak accident years ago. The piece described how her family had been devastated, and shortly after, the doll was crafted in her likeness and given to her as a keepsake. She was supposed to be a source of comfort for the grieving family. I read aloud, my voice shaking slightly. But it didn't take long for the whispers to start. Whispers? Sarah echoed, leaning in closer. I continued reading, my eyes scanning the text. Neighbors reported strange occurrences, objects moving, doors slamming shut, and a chilling presence in the house. The family eventually decided to sell the doll, hoping to rid themselves of the grief it represented. "This is insane," Sarah whispered, her eyes wide. "Do you think that's why she moved last night?" "I don't know," I admitted, feeling a mixture of fear and fascination. "But it definitely seems like there's more to her story." Just then, a shadow flickered past us, and I turned quickly, but it was just a librarian organizing books on a nearby shelf. "Okay, we need to find a previous owner," Sarah said, her voice determined. "If anyone knows what's going on, it'll be her." I nodded, though a sense of dread filled me. What if I didn't like what we discovered? As we collected our findings, I felt an uneasy weight settle on my chest. I knew that digging deeper into Annabelle's history might only lead to more questions, and potentially more danger. As we left the library, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us, a sense of foreboding that followed us like a shadow. The drive to the previous owner's house felt heavy with anticipation. Sarah and I exchanged nervous glances, both acutely aware that we were stepping into unknown territory. The sky had turned an ominous shade of gray, clouds gathering overhead, as if the universe was aware of the eerie mission we had embarked upon. "I hope she's home," I said, trying to lighten the mood as we turned down a narrow road lined with overgrown trees. "I'm not sure I'm ready for a ghost hunt if she isn't. I'm sure she'll be there. It's not like people have busy social lives in a place like this," Sarah replied with a half smile, glancing at the worn-out houses flanking the road. As we approached a quaint, albeit slightly dilapidated, cottage at the end of the lane, my heart began to race. The house was surrounded by a weathered wooden fence and a wild garden that seemed to have grown out of control. The front porch sagged under the weight of age, and I couldn't help but feel as if we were stepping back in time. "Here goes nothing," I murmured, taking a deep breath as I knocked on the door. The sound echoed through the stillness, and I immediately regretted my decision. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly woman with thinning gray hair and kind but wary eyes. Her attire, a faded floral dress, suggested a bygone era. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice soft but edged with caution. "Yes, we're looking for someone who might know more about a doll named Annabelle," Sarah said, her tone friendly yet respectful. The woman's eyes widened, and for a fleeting moment, I could see a flicker of fear dart across her features. "Annabelle? I haven't heard that name in years," she said slowly, her brow furrowing. "What do you want to know?" I stepped forward, my curiosity pushing aside my apprehension. We found her in an antique shop, and strange things have been happening since we brought her home. We thought you might know something about her. The woman's expression shifted, a shadow crossing her face, as if she were transported back to a painful memory. "Come in," she said finally, stepping aside to let us enter. The interior of the house was filled with the scent of lavender and old books. Vintage furniture filled the small living room, and family photos adorned the walls, their faces gazing down at us silently. The atmosphere was thick with nostalgia, but an undercurrent of tension lingered in the air. We settled on a worn couch, and the woman took a seat across from us, her fingers trembling slightly. "I was the last person to own that doll," she began, her voice low. "My daughter, Emily, had her for years. She was so attached to Annabelle." "What happened to Emily?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Tears welled in the woman's eyes, and she took a moment to gather herself. "She was a bright child, but one day she fell ill. I took her to the doctor, but nothing helped. It was as if she just faded away. My heart ached for her. I'm so sorry. That must have been devastating." The woman nodded, a distant look in her eyes. "After Emily passed, I couldn't bear to keep Annabelle. She reminded me too much of my daughter. So, I sold her to the antique shop, hoping someone would take care of her. But you mentioned strange things happening?" Sarah prodded gently, her eyes locked on the woman's face. "Yes," she said, her voice trembling. "After Emily died, I would hear whispers at night. It was as if she was calling for me, begging me to bring her back. I could feel her presence in the house, and sometimes I would find Annabelle in different positions. I swear, she would change her expression, as if she were alive." Sarah and I exchanged uneasy glances. This was exactly what we had experienced. "Do you think she's trying to reach out to you?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. The woman sighed deeply, the weight of her memories evident. "I don't know. I thought it was just my grief, but it felt so real. I never should have let her go." "Have you had any contact since?" Sarah inquired, leaning forward. "No, it's been years, but I've thought about her often," the woman replied, her gaze distant. "If you're experiencing strange things, you need to be careful. Sometimes, the ties between a doll and its owner can linger, especially if there's unfinished business." The warning hung heavy in the air. "Do you think she could be haunted?" I asked hesitantly. "I wouldn't use that word, but she carries the energy of those who loved her," the woman said, her voice serious. "It's not something to take lightly." Just then, a soft rustling noise echoed from the hallway. I turned instinctively, heart racing. The sound was faint but unmistakable, like footsteps padding softly across the wooden floor. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice trembling. The woman's expression turned fearful. "Yes, I thought I was imagining it." Sarah and I exchanged worried glances. "Maybe we should go," I suggested, suddenly feeling an overwhelming urge to escape the house. "Wait," the woman said, holding up a hand. "Before you go, I have something for you." She stood slowly and disappeared into another room, leaving us in tense silence. "What do you think she'll bring?" Sarah whispered, glancing around as if expecting something to leap from the shadows. "I'm not sure," I replied, my eyes darting back toward the hallway. "But I have a bad feeling about this." Moments later, the woman returned, holding an old, dust-covered box. "This was Emily's," she said, her voice shaking. "I kept it with Annabelle. It may help you understand her better." The box was small, intricately carved with designs that mirrored the doll's features. As the woman handed it to me, I felt a jolt of energy pass between us, an unexplainable connection that sent chills down my spine. "Just be careful with it," she warned, her gaze intense. "And remember, not all spirits are friendly." We nodded, gratitude and apprehension mixing in my stomach. As we said our goodbyes and left the house, the atmosphere felt heavier than before, as if the weight of the past was pressing down on us. As we drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that Annabelle was watching us, her presence lingering like a shadow, waiting for us to uncover the secrets that lay within the box. The drive back home felt surreal. The weight of the woman's revelations clung to us like a heavy fog, and the box sat ominously in my lap. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were on the precipice of something far beyond our understanding. "Do you think we should open it now?" Sarah asked, glancing at the box with a mix of excitement and trepidation. "I'm not sure," I replied, my heart racing at the thought. "It might be better to wait until we're in a safe place." "I think we should do it now," she insisted, her curiosity bubbling over. "We've come this far. We can't just leave it closed." With a resigned sigh, I nodded. "Okay, but let's pull over first." We parked on a quiet side street, away from prying eyes, and I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever lay within. The box was small and intricately designed, the carvings appearing almost alive under the dim light of the car. My fingers trembled as I lifted the lid, the creaking sound echoing like a warning in the silence. Inside, I found a collection of items: an old, faded photograph of a young girl holding Annabelle, a delicate silver locket, and a stack of letters tied with a fraying ribbon. Each item seemed to whisper secrets from the past, drawing us deeper into Emily's world. "Look at this," I said, holding up the photograph. It depicted a smiling girl, no older than 10, with bright blue eyes and dark curls, cradling the doll in her arms. Her smile was infectious, yet there was a hint of sadness lurking beneath her gaze. "She's adorable," Sarah remarked, leaning closer to inspect the photo. "I can see why the doll was so special to her." I gently set the photograph aside and reached for the letters. The ribbon slipped easily from my fingers, and as I unfolded the first letter, the familiar smell of old paper filled the air, accompanied by a sense of nostalgia that transported me to a time I had never known. "Dear Mom," I read aloud. "I had the best day with Annabelle. She told me about the secret garden today. I can't wait to show you." "Secret garden?" Sarah repeated, her brows furrowing in thought. "That sounds interesting. Maybe it's important." I continued reading, the words flowing through my mind like a story unraveling. Each letter revealed a different aspect of Emily's life, her thoughts, her dreams, and her unyielding bond with the doll. The final letter, however, sent a chill down my spine. "Dear Mom," it began, the writing shaky and rushed. "I don't know what's happening. Annabelle keeps whispering to me at night, telling me things that scare me. I feel like I'm not alone anymore. Please, don't let her go. I'm afraid I might lose her." The last line felt like a warning, echoing in my mind. I looked up at Sarah, my heart racing. "This is not good." "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Emily was scared. Whatever connection she had with Annabelle was intense, and it sounds like it turned into something darker. Sarah shifted nervously in her seat, glancing at the box as if it might suddenly spring to life. "What if Annabelle is trying to reach out to us too? What if she wants something?" I shuddered at the thought, feeling the weight of the doll's presence looming over us. "We have to be careful. We don't know what we're dealing with here." As we rifled through the remaining items, we discovered the silver locket nestled at the bottom of the box. I held it delicately, admiring the craftsmanship. It felt cool against my skin, and I could sense a connection to its past. With a gentle click, I opened it, revealing a small portrait of a woman inside, her features soft and gentle, yet her eyes held a knowing gaze that made my heart skip a beat. "Who is she?" Sarah asked, peering over my shoulder. "I don't know, but she looks important to Emily," I replied, a sudden wave of emotion washing over me. "Maybe it's her mother?" Sarah suggested, her voice thoughtful. "Possibly," I said, feeling a mix of curiosity and sorrow for Emily's family. "We should find out more about them." Just then, a soft rustle outside the car broke our concentration, causing both of us to jump. My heart raced as I glanced around, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. "What was that?" Sarah asked, her eyes wide with fear. "I don't know," I replied, straining to listen. The world outside felt unnaturally quiet, as if it was holding its breath. After a few tense moments, I decided to investigate. "Stay here," I instructed Sarah, opening the car door cautiously and stepping out into the cool evening air. I walked around the vehicle, my eyes scanning the shadows for any signs of movement. The street was deserted, but something felt off. An unsettling feeling settled in my stomach as I noticed the trees swaying gently despite the absence of wind. "Sarah," I called, glancing back toward the car. Yeah, she replied, her voice shaky. Did you hear that rustling again? No, but something feels wrong. Can we just get back in? She pleaded. I nodded, the anxiety in my chest mounting. Let's go. As I climbed back into the car, the tension hung thick in the air, and I locked the doors instinctively. The items from the box lay spread across my lap, a heavy reminder of the connection we had just unearthed. Maybe we should head home and research the family, I suggested, still glancing nervously at the darkening street. Yeah, let's do that, Sarah replied, visibly shaken. As we drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. A chill coursed through me, the whisper of Annabelle echoing in my mind. Once we were back at my house, I spread the contents of the box across the dining table, each item holding its own weight of history. Where do we even begin? I asked, feeling overwhelmed. Let's start with a photograph, Sarah suggested, flipping it over to check for any markings or clues. I nodded, but as I leaned closer, a sudden noise echoed from the other room, like a soft thud. Did you hear that? I asked, my heart racing again. Yeah, it came from the living room, Sarah replied, her voice trembling. We exchanged worried glances before slowly making our way toward the sound. Let's stick together, I said, clutching the photograph tightly as we crept through the dimly lit hallway. The air felt charged with tension, and every shadow seemed to move with intent. When we reached the living room, my breath caught in my throat. The curtains were billowing as if a breeze had swept through, but all the windows were closed. The room felt alive, buzzing with an energy that sent shivers down my spine. What's happening? Sarah whispered, her eyes wide with fear. I don't know, I replied, glancing around, half expecting to see Annabelle staring back at us from a corner. As we turned to leave the room, I noticed something on the floor, a small, handwritten note that hadn't been there before. Look, I said, picking it up and reading the shaky handwriting. Help me. She won't let me go. The note trembled in my hand, the words echoing in my mind like a chilling mantra. Help me. She won't let me go. My heart raced as I shared the message with Sarah, whose expression shifted from fear to alarm. What does it mean? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't know, but it sounds like Emily is still trapped somehow, I replied, the weight of the situation pressing down on me. The realization that Emily's spirit, or whatever was left of her, was reaching out for help was almost too much to bear. I scanned the living room, now feeling as if the walls were closing in on us. The air was thick with tension, a palpable energy that made my skin prickle. We need to figure out what happened to her, I declared, my voice steadying with determination. Right, Sarah agreed, her eyes darting around the room as if expecting something to leap out at us. But how do we do that? We don't know anything about her or the doll. We can start by looking into Emily's family, I suggested, my mind racing. The letters mentioned her mother. Maybe there are records or something we can find online. If we can understand Emily's life better, we might figure out how to help her. Good idea, Sarah said, visibly regaining some confidence. Let's do it. We returned to the dining table, where the items from the box lay like pieces of a puzzle waiting to be assembled. I opened my laptop and began searching for any information I could find on Emily's family. Do you think she had any siblings? Sarah asked, peering over my shoulder. I don't know. The letters didn't mention anyone else, I replied, typing Emily's name into the search bar. But let's see what we can find. As the page loaded, my heart sank. The first search result revealed an obituary dated over 20 years ago. I clicked on the link, my pulse quickening. Here it is, I said, reading aloud. Emily Carter, age 10, passed away tragically in an accident at her home. She is survived by her mother, Rebecca Carter. The words felt heavy, a weight of sorrow that threatened to pull us down. An accident? Sarah echoed, her voice trembling. Yeah, it doesn't say much else. I scrolled down, looking for more details. It mentions that she was a bright and creative child, loved by her friends and family. Do you think this has anything to do with the doll? Sarah asked, biting her lip. It has to. If Annabelle was so special to her, maybe something happened to the doll after her death, I mused. But why would someone want to keep it? And why did that note appear now? Before I could ponder further, Another search caught my attention. A local news article detailing strange occurrences around the neighborhood following Emily's death. "Listen to this," I said, my voice low as I read. In the months following Emily's passing, residents reported unexplained noises and sightings of a young girl in the area. Some claimed to hear whispers at night and saw a doll sitting on porches or in windows when no one was home. "That's creepy," Sarah said, a shiver running down her spine. "Do you think it's Emily?" "I don't know, but whatever is happening here seems connected to her spirit and Annabelle," I replied, feeling the pieces of the puzzle slowly fitting together. As I scrolled further, another article caught my eye. "Wait, there's more about the doll," I said, clicking on it. "It says here that Annabelle was believed to have been cursed, passed down through generations of families, bringing tragedy to those who owned her." A chill ran through me. "A cursed doll? That can't be real, can it?" Sarah asked, her eyes wide. Maybe that's why Emily felt like she had to keep it close. Perhaps it was the only thing she had left to hold on to after her accident. Or maybe it's why she's still here, I suggested, my stomach twisting. "She might be trapped because of Annabelle. Then we need to find out how to help her," Sarah insisted, her determination shining through the fear. I nodded, my mind racing. There might be something in the last letter that gives us a clue. "Let's go back to it." We dug through the items again, finally locating the stack of letters. The final letter, the one that sent chills down my spine, lay open on the table. I reread the last line, hoping for some hidden meaning that could guide us. "Please, don't let her go. I'm afraid I might lose her." I think it's clear Emily was terrified of losing Annabelle, but it sounds like she also felt a strong connection to her, I said, piecing together the fragments of information. "We might need to confront Annabelle." "Confront her? Are you crazy?" Sarah exclaimed, her eyes wide with panic. "What if she tries to hurt us?" "We have to try," I insisted, adrenaline coursing through my veins. "If Emily is trapped, we need to find a way to free her. Annabelle may be the key." Okay, Sarah said, her voice trembling. "But we should be prepared. What if something happens, right? Let's gather everything we need." I grabbed the box and its contents, shoving them into a backpack. "We'll take it all with us." After packing the bag, we both took a moment to steady our nerves. The air felt charged with an unsettling energy, and a cold breeze swept through the room, flickering the lights. "Did you feel that?" Sarah asked, her eyes wide. "Yeah," I replied, my heart racing. "We need to move. Let's go to my backyard. It's the only place I feel safe right now." We stepped outside into the dark night, the moon casting eerie shadows across the yard. The wind whispered through the trees, almost as if it was guiding us to our destination. As we made our way to the center of the backyard, I set the backpack down and took a deep breath, gathering my thoughts. "Okay, let's lay everything out and see what happens." We placed the items on the ground, arranging them in a circle. The photograph, the locket, the letters, and finally, Annabelle sat at the center, a sentinel of secrets and sorrow. "I don't know how to do this," I admitted, anxiety creeping back in. "But we need to call out to Emily." Sarah nodded, her determination shining through the fear. "We can do this. Just remember, we're not alone." Together, we took a deep breath, our voices steadying as we began to speak. "Emily, if you can hear us, we want to help you. We found your things, and we're here to listen." The wind picked up, swirling around us, as if responding to our plea. A soft whisper floated through the air, barely audible, yet unmistakably there. "Help me." The whisper hung in the air like a thin veil between the living and the dead, sending chills down my spine. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, afraid to disturb the fragile atmosphere. "Yes," Sarah replied, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. "It was her. Emily is here." The wind swirled around us again, rustling the leaves as if urging us to continue. "Emily," I called out again, my heart pounding. "We want to help you. Please, tell us what you need." The temperature dropped suddenly, and I could see my breath as fog in the cold night air. "Help. Find me." The voice echoed again, stronger this time, resonating in my chest. "What do you mean?" I pressed, glancing at Sarah, who was now gripping my arm tightly. "Find me in the doll," the voice whispered, and as it faded, an unsettling silence fell over the backyard. "What does that mean?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I admitted, feeling the weight of the mystery pressing down on me. "But it seems like Annabelle is central to this. We have to look closer." We knelt by the doll, examining it as if it held the key to Emily's freedom. Annabelle's glassy eyes seemed to stare right through us, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. What if the doll is a vessel for her spirit? What if it's the key to finding her? "Maybe there's something inside," Sarah suggested, her curiosity piqued despite her lingering fear. I nodded, my heart racing with the possibilities. "Let's see if there's a way to open it. If we can find something inside, it could give us the answers we need." We examined Annabelle closely, looking for any seams or openings. "There," I exclaimed, pointing to a small stitch on the back of her dress. "It looks like it might be a way to get inside." With trembling fingers, I carefully pulled at the stitch, feeling the fabric yield beneath my touch. As I opened the back of the doll, my heart raced. I could see a small compartment, dark and uninviting. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Sarah asked, her voice tense. "We have to," I insisted. "Emily needs us." I reached into the compartment, feeling a smooth object nestled within. As I pulled it out, I uncovered a tiny notebook, its edges worn and frayed. My pulse quickened as I opened it, revealing pages filled with Emily's handwriting. Her thoughts, dreams, and fears spilled onto the pages like inked confessions. "Read it," Sarah urged, leaning closer to see. I flipped through the pages, scanning the familiar childlike scrawl. "It's her diary," I said, feeling a rush of connection. She wrote about her life and Annabelle. As I read, a story unfolded before us, a tale of a lonely girl longing for friendship, her connection to the doll deepening as her world became darker. Emily had poured her heart into the pages, describing how she felt isolated, haunted by shadows that loomed over her life, both from within and outside her home. "Listen to this," I said, reading aloud from the diary. "Annabelle understands me. She's my friend when no one else is. I can tell her my secrets. I hope she'll always be with me." The more I read, the more the depth of Emily's sorrow became apparent. She felt trapped in her life, and the doll was her only comfort. But it seems like something changed. I flipped to another page, my breath catching in my throat. "Here," it says, "sometimes I feel like Annabelle is watching me. It's like she knows my fears, my sadness. I think I might lose her, and I don't want to be alone anymore." As I finished reading, the wind picked up again, carrying a sense of urgency that prickled the air. Emily was afraid of losing Annabelle. It's as if the doll became her only means of holding on to happiness, I mused, feeling the weight of her pain. But what happened to her? Why was she so afraid? Sarah pressed, her eyes searching mine for answers. "I think the truth lies in what happened to her at home," I said, piecing together the clues. The accident, and what she mentioned in her letters about her mother. "It feels like there's something more to that story." "Then we need to keep looking," Sarah said, her determination shining through the fear. "There has to be more we can uncover about Emily's family." "Agreed," I replied, feeling the adrenaline rush back into my veins. "But first, let's make sure Emily knows we're here for her." Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and called out into the night. "Emily, we know your story. We're here to help you find peace. Please guide us to what we need to know." For a moment, there was only silence, and I felt a wave of doubt wash over me. Had we made a mistake? Then, a sudden gust of wind rustled the leaves, and I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow flitting between the trees. I turned, heart racing. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Yes," Sarah whispered, her breath hitching. "What was that?" Before I could respond, the whisper returned, clearer now, flowing through the night like a haunting melody. "Find me in the past." "What does that mean?" I asked, a chill creeping down my spine. "I don't know, but it sounds like a clue," Sarah said, her eyes wide. "We need to dig deeper into her past. Maybe there are records or photos that can help us understand what happened to her and Annabelle." "Let's do it," I replied, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. "We need to go to the library, or wherever we can find information about her family. We're getting closer. I can feel it." As we packed up the items, the air around us felt charged, as if Emily's presence lingered just beyond our reach. "Are you ready for this?" I asked, glancing at Sarah. She took a deep breath and nodded. "Let's find the truth." With that, we turned toward the house, driven by a determination to uncover Emily's story and bring her the peace she so desperately needed. The next morning dawned with an unsettling stillness, the world outside my window bathed in pale light. The remnants of the night's revelations clung to me like a shroud, each moment replaying in my mind as I prepared for the day ahead. I felt a sense of urgency deep within me, a drive to uncover the secrets hidden in Emily's past. After a quick breakfast, I met Sarah outside. She stood by her car, a determined look in her eyes. "Are you ready?" she asked, her voice steady despite the apprehension that lingered in the air. "As ready as I'll ever be," I replied, feeling a mix of fear and excitement. "Let's go find out what really happened to Emily." We drove to the local library, a quaint building nestled among the trees, its exterior a mix of aged brick and ivy. As we stepped inside, the familiar scent of old books enveloped us, a comforting yet eerie reminder of the stories contained within the pages. "Where do we start?" Sarah asked, looking around as if trying to absorb the vastness of the library's collection. "Let's check the local history section first," I suggested. There might be records about Emily's family or news articles that could shed light on what happened. We made our way to the back of the library, the silence only interrupted by the soft rustling of pages and the occasional shuffle of feet. I felt a growing sense of anticipation as we scanned the shelves for any mention of the Johnson family. "There!" Sarah exclaimed, pointing to a dusty book with the title history of our town. We pulled it from the shelf and settled into a nearby reading nook, sunlight streaming in through the window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. As I flipped through the pages, I found references to the Johnson family, including a brief mention of Emily. "Look at this," I said, reading aloud. In 1995, a tragic accident occurred involving the Johnson family. Emily, age 10, and her mother were in a car accident that resulted in the mother's death. Emily was found wandering in the woods nearby, disoriented and alone. "What about her father?" Sarah asked, her brow furrowed. I flipped to the next page, my heart racing as I read the details. It says here that her father had been struggling with depression after the accident. The family had been known for their reclusiveness, particularly after the tragedy. Emily's father was rarely seen in town after that. "So, he just disappeared?" Sarah questioned, her eyes widening. "It seems so," I replied, my mind racing. Emily was left in the care of her aunt, who later moved away. This explains why there are so few memories of her. I continued to read, each paragraph unveiling more of Emily's tragic story. There was a mention of strange occurrences in the neighborhood after the accident, I noted. People reported hearing voices in the woods and seeing shadows flitting between the trees. "Like what we experienced last night?" Sarah suggested, her voice a mix of excitement and fear. "Yes, it seems like Emily's spirit was restless even then. It all ties back to her connection with Annabelle and her unresolved grief," I said, my fingers tracing the faded ink on the page. As we pored over the book, I felt a deeper connection to Emily, as if her spirit was guiding us through her memories. "There's got to be more we can uncover," I said, determination fueling my words. Sarah nodded in agreement. "Let's check the newspaper archives next. They might have articles about the accident or anything related to the Johnson family." We made our way to the archive section, where rows of old newspapers lined the shelves. The air was thick with nostalgia, the yellowed pages a testament to the passage of time. I scanned the headlines, searching for anything that might reveal more about Emily's life. "Here," I exclaimed, pulling out a brittle paper from 1995. "This is just days after the accident." As we read the article, a dark cloud settled over us. It described the horrific details of the accident, painting a picture of tragedy and loss. "Emily's mother died on impact," I read aloud, my voice trembling. Witnesses described Emily running from the scene, her screams echoing through the woods. "That's so heartbreaking," Sarah whispered, her eyes glistening with tears. "No wonder she felt so alone." "There's more," I continued, flipping to another article. This one talks about strange sightings in the area after the accident. Reports of a young girl wandering the woods, talking to herself, and carrying a doll. Do you think they were seeing Emily? Sarah asked, her expression grave. It's possible, I replied, my heart heavy with empathy for the lost child. She was looking for her mother, searching for answers. Do you think we can find out where her aunt took her after? Sarah asked, her tone hopeful. Maybe she kept some belongings or records that could tell us more. I scanned the next page and found a reference to Emily's aunt. It says she moved to a neighboring town, and her name was Margaret Johnson. If we can find her, we might be able to learn more about Emily's life after the accident. Let's do it, Sarah said, her resolve strengthening. I'll start looking for any current contact information for Margaret. You can keep searching for more articles about Emily. As we delved into our respective tasks, a sense of urgency consumed me. I felt Emily's spirit guiding us, urging us to dig deeper, to uncover the truth that had been buried for far too long. After what felt like hours of searching, Sarah called out to me, excitement dancing in her eyes. I found something. There's a Margaret Johnson listed in a neighboring town. She works at a local community center. My heart raced as I absorbed the information. That's it. If we go there, we can talk to her. She might have more stories about Emily, or even the doll. Let's go now, Sarah said, gathering our things. We have to find her before it's too late. As we left the library, the sunlight felt warmer on my skin, but the weight of Emily's story hung heavily in the air. What if she's not receptive? I asked, doubt creeping in. What if she doesn't want to talk about Emily? Then we'll find another way, Sarah replied, her tone unwavering. But we owe it to Emily to try. She deserves to be remembered. With that, we set off toward the neighboring town, the road stretching ahead of us like a pathway into the unknown. I felt a mix of fear and hope. Fear of what we might uncover, and hope that we could finally give Emily the closure she needed. The drive to the neighboring town felt surreal, a blend of excitement and anxiety coursing through me. The landscape shifted from familiar streets to quaint neighborhoods, each house a potential story, each yard a glimpse into lives lived far from my own. As we approached the community center, a modest building nestled among trees, I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. We're really doing this, I said, glancing at Sarah, who wore a look of fierce determination. Absolutely. We can't turn back now, she replied, her voice steady. We parked and stepped out, the crisp air invigorating yet tense. As we walked toward the entrance, my heart raced, each step echoing the uncertainty that loomed ahead. What if Margaret didn't want to talk? What if our questions only reopened old wounds? The community center bustled with activity. Laughter and chatter filled the air as children played and adults mingled. We approached the front desk, where a middle-aged woman with kind eyes greeted us. Can I help you? She asked, her smile warm and inviting. We're looking for Margaret Johnson. Is she here? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Yes, she is. Just down the hall in the art room, she replied, pointing toward a brightly painted door. She's teaching a class right now, but you can go in if you'd like. With a nod of thanks, we made our way to the art room. As we entered, I was struck by the sight of colorful paintings and drawings covering the walls, vibrant expressions of creativity and joy. In the center, Margaret stood with a group of children, guiding them as they painted. I hesitated at the door, suddenly feeling like an intruder in this moment of light and laughter. But Sarah nudged me forward, and I took a deep breath, stepping into the room. Excuse me, Ms. Johnson? I called out, my voice barely louder than a whisper. The class quieted, and all eyes turned to us. Margaret looked up, her expression shifting from surprise to curiosity. Can I help you? She asked, her tone gentle. Hi, I'm Rebecca, and this is Sarah, I said, trying to maintain eye contact. We're looking for information about your niece, Emily Johnson. A shadow crossed Margaret's face, and I felt the air thicken with tension. Emily, she repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, I continued, pressing on despite the sudden heaviness. We found some records about her tragic accident, and, well, we're trying to understand more about her life after that. Margaret's gaze softened, but sadness lingered in her eyes. Emily was a bright girl, full of life, she said, her voice trembling slightly. But after the accident, everything changed. She lost her way. Do you have anything that belonged to her? Sarah asked, stepping forward. Anything that could help us understand her better? Margaret took a moment, her expression distant, as if recalling painful memories. I have a box of her things at home, she replied slowly, but I haven't opened it in years. It's filled with her drawings, her doll, things I couldn't bear to look at after she left. Can we see it? I asked, my heart racing at the thought of finally connecting the pieces of Emily's story. Margaret hesitated, looking at the children around her, then back at us. I don't know if it's a good idea, she said softly. It might bring up too many memories. Emily deserves to be remembered, I urged, my voice firm but compassionate. We want to honor her and understand what happened to her. Please, if you can, let us see what's in that box. After a long moment of silence, Margaret nodded, her resolve faltering. All right, meet me at my house after class. I'll show you what I have. Thank you, I said, relief washing over me. As Margaret returned to her class, Sarah and I exchanged glances, the weight of the moment sinking in. We were one step closer to uncovering the truth about Emily, and the thought filled me with a mix of hope and dread. After what felt like an eternity, Margaret wrapped up her class and bid farewell to the children, who rushed out with bright smiles and paint-splattered clothes. We followed her to the parking lot, the atmosphere charged with unspoken emotions. I live just a few minutes away, Margaret said, leading us to her car. It won't take long. The drive was quiet, each of us lost in our thoughts. I glanced out the window, watching the scenery blur past, my mind racing with anticipation. What would we find in that box? Would it provide the answers we sought, or would it deepen the mystery surrounding Emily's life? Margaret's house was a modest two-story home with a small garden, flowers blooming vibrantly despite the cool autumn air. She opened the front door and stepped inside, beckoning us to follow. Please, make yourselves comfortable, she said, motioning toward a cozy living room adorned with family photographs and mementos. I took a seat on the couch, my heart pounding in my chest. Margaret disappeared into a back room, and Sarah and I exchanged anxious glances. This is it, I whispered, my stomach churning with nerves. After a few moments, Margaret returned, carrying a worn cardboard box, the edges frayed and the surface covered in dust. I haven't opened this in years, she said, her voice heavy with emotion. But maybe it's time. With trembling hands, she set the box on the coffee table and slowly lifted the lid. The musty scent of old paper and fabric wafted into the air, stirring memories long buried. Inside, I saw an assortment of items, crumpled drawings, a small, delicate porcelain doll, and various toys, each one a fragment of Emily's world. Margaret picked up the doll, cradling it in her hands. This was Emily's favorite. She carried it everywhere, she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After the accident, she wouldn't let it out of her sight. What do you remember about her? I asked gently, hoping to encourage Margaret to share more. Emily was a bright light, Margaret replied, her voice thick with emotion. She loved to draw, to create, but after her mother died, she changed. She became distant, lost in her own world. I tried to help her, but it was like she was a ghost, wandering through life without purpose. As Margaret sifted through the items in the box, she pulled out a stack of drawings, each one depicting fantastical scenes, forests, fairies, and strange creatures. But among the whimsical illustrations, I noticed a recurring theme: dark figures lurking in the shadows, hidden faces watching from behind trees. Emily was always drawn to the woods, Margaret said, her voice barely above a whisper. But I never understood why. It was like she was searching for something. The drawings sent a chill down my spine, a sense of foreboding settling over me. Do you think she was trying to communicate something? I asked, feeling a connection to the unspoken fears that echoed through her art. Margaret nodded slowly, her gaze distant. I believe she was trying to make sense of her grief, but it also felt like she was warning me, like she knew something was coming. What do you mean? Sarah asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. There were whispers in the woods, Margaret said, her voice trembling. I thought it was just my imagination, but I heard them too. Emily would stand at the edge of the trees, talking to someone or something. I tried to pull her away, but she was drawn to it. The weight of Margaret's words hung in the air, and I felt a chill run down my spine. "What do you think it was?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," Margaret admitted, her eyes filled with sorrow. "But I always feared it was connected to the accident. It's as if Emily's spirit was trying to reach out from beyond." I felt a lump form in my throat, the reality of Emily's pain washing over me. "We have to find out what happened to her," I said firmly. "She deserves closure." "We all do." Margaret nodded, her expression a mix of determination and sorrow. "If you believe it's necessary, I'll help you. But we must tread carefully. The past is a fragile thing, and not all spirits are ready to be at peace." With renewed purpose, we continued to explore the contents of the box, each item a piece of Emily's story waiting to be unveiled. As I held one of her drawings, a depiction of the woods, dark and twisted, I felt an inexplicable pull, a sense that something was waiting for us to discover. I exchanged glances with Sarah and Margaret, each of us understanding the weight of the journey that lay ahead. We were on the brink of uncovering a truth that had long been buried, and I could feel Emily's spirit guiding us towards something significant. The atmosphere in Margaret's living room felt charged, as if the very walls held secrets waiting to be uncovered. I clutched Emily's drawing tightly in my hands, the dark trees and shadowy figures seeming to pulse with life under my touch. The weight of the moment settled on my shoulders, pressing down with the urgency of our mission. "Where do we start?" Sarah asked, breaking the silence, her eyes scanning the drawings spread out before us. "We need to go back to the woods," I said, my voice firm despite the fear curling in my stomach. "It's clear that whatever was haunting Emily started there. We owe it to her to find out what it is." Margaret looked at me, her expression torn between fear and a flicker of hope. "Are you sure that's wise? Those woods, they hold a darkness that I've tried to ignore for years." "Margaret," I said gently, "we can't shy away from this. Emily reached out to us through her art, and we have to honor her by discovering the truth." With a deep breath, Margaret nodded, her resolve solidifying. "All right, but we must be careful. I'll show you where she used to go, but we need to be cautious about what we disturb." As we gathered our things, a quiet determination filled the room. I felt an electric energy surge between us, a bond forged through shared grief and purpose. With each step toward the woods, I could sense Emily's spirit guiding us, urging us to uncover what had been hidden for too long. The journey to the woods felt longer than it should have, the sun dipping lower in the sky as we drove through familiar streets that now felt foreign. The trees loomed ahead, tall and imposing, their branches twisting like fingers against the darkening sky. "This is it," Margaret said as she parked the car along a dirt road leading into the heart of the forest. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Emily loved this place, but I never understood why. As we stepped out of the car, I felt a shiver run down my spine, a sensation that seemed to emanate from the woods themselves. "Are you ready?" I asked Sarah and Margaret, both of whom looked visibly apprehensive. "We've come this far," Sarah replied, her voice steadying mine. "Let's see this through." We walked along a narrow path, the sounds of nature enveloping us, birds chirping, leaves rustling in the breeze. But beneath that melody was a faint whispering, almost imperceptible, echoing in the back of my mind. "Do you hear that?" I asked, pausing to listen intently. "Hear what?" Margaret asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "It's like a whisper," I said, glancing at the trees, their branches swaying as if they were alive. Margaret shook her head, a look of fear creeping across her face. "I never heard whispers, just shadows." "Let's keep moving," Sarah said, her determination unwavering. "We'll find the source." As we ventured deeper into the woods, the light began to fade, shadows lengthening and twisting around us. Margaret led us to a small clearing, the air thickening with an unsettling tension. In the center stood a massive oak tree, its gnarled roots sprawling like twisted fingers. "This is where Emily used to sit," Margaret whispered, her voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. "She would bring her drawings here and create. But I always worried she was lost." The whispering grew louder, almost urgent. I stepped closer to the tree, feeling drawn to its ancient presence. What if we found something here? I murmured, glancing back at Margaret and Sarah. With a nod of agreement, we began to search the area around the tree. I crouched down, brushing away the leaves and dirt. My fingers grazed something solid, an object half buried in the earth. I pulled it free, revealing a small, wooden box, intricately carved with designs that matched some of Emily's drawings. "Look at this," I exclaimed, holding it up for them to see. Margaret gasped, her eyes wide with recognition. That was her secret box. I thought it was lost, but she used to keep her most precious things inside. I carefully opened the box, revealing a collection of small trinkets, a silver locket, a pressed flower, and a folded piece of paper. My heart raced as I lifted the paper, its edges worn but still intact. "Let's see what she wrote," I said, unfolding it with trembling hands. The handwriting was delicate, a child's script that tugged at my heart. "Dear Diary, today, the shadows whispered to me again. They say they know where Mommy is. I think I can find her. I just need to listen. The woods are a magical place, and I believe they hold the answers." My breath hitched as I read the words aloud, their significance sinking in. "She thought the woods had a connection to her mother," I whispered, realizing the weight of Emily's longing. "Maybe she believed that if she listened closely enough, she could find her mother's spirit," Sarah said, her eyes wide with understanding. Margaret's face was a mix of sorrow and pride. Emily was always searching for something she could never have a way to bring her mother back. As we stood in the clearing, the wind picked up, swirling around us in a dance of whispers. It felt as if the very spirit of the woods was acknowledging our discovery, breathing life into Emily's words. "We need to honor her," I said, my voice firm with conviction. "Let's leave her treasures here, where she felt connected. This is her place." With reverence, we placed the locket, pressed flower, and paper back into the box, securing it gently in the earth once more. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, as if we had fulfilled a promise to Emily, a promise to remember and acknowledge her story. As we made our way back through the woods, the weight of the past began to lift. The whispering faded, replaced by the comforting sounds of nature surrounding us. I felt lighter, as if Emily's spirit had found some measure of peace. Margaret walked beside me, her face reflecting a mix of emotions. "Thank you for bringing this to light," she said, her voice thick with gratitude. "I had buried so much pain for so long. Emily deserved to be remembered." I smiled softly, understanding the healing that comes from confronting the past. "We all need closure," I replied. "And now, Emily's spirit can finally rest." As we reached the edge of the woods, the sky began to clear, and the first stars twinkled above us, bright against the dark canvas of night. I took a deep breath, the cool air filling my lungs, and felt a sense of hope blossoming within me. In the days that followed, I found solace in the knowledge that we had honored Emily's memory. I often visited the clearing, bringing flowers to place at the foot of the oak tree, whispering my own prayers for peace. Margaret, too, began to share her memories of Emily with the community, speaking openly about the struggles they faced together. It felt like a new chapter had begun, one filled with healing and understanding. And though the whispers in the woods had faded, I knew they would always carry Emily's story, a reminder of the light she brought to the world, even in the face of darkness. As I gazed at the stars one night, I felt a gentle breeze wash over me, as if Emily herself were there, thanking us for remembering her and for giving her the voice she had lost. In that moment, I realized that love never truly dies. It simply transforms, weaving itself into the fabric of our lives, guiding us even from beyond. And I knew, without a doubt, that Emily's spirit would forever be a part of me, a whisper in the wind that would never fade away. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple as I made my way home from a long day at work. The streets were quiet, the hum of the city settling into a lull as the day transitioned to night. I often found solace in these moments, the routine of my evening commute offering a sense of normalcy. As I turned down a narrow side street, I noticed a car parked near the curb. It was an older model, a deep shade of navy that almost blended into the shadows of the evening. At first, I thought nothing of it, but as I approached, I felt a prickling sensation at the back of my neck, a whisper of unease. The car was empty, but something about it caught my attention. It seemed out of place, as if it had been parked there for far too long. Shaking off the feeling, I quickened my pace, eager to reach the safety of my apartment just a few blocks away. But as I walked, I couldn't help but glance back at the vehicle. In that fleeting moment, I caught sight of a figure inside. A man, his face partially obscured by the shadows, staring intently in my direction. My heart raced, a jolt of fear coursing through me. Just my imagination, I murmured under my breath, trying to reassure myself. But the knot in my stomach tightened as I turned back to face the path ahead. My senses heightened, every sound amplified in the stillness of the evening. I reached the corner of my block, my apartment building looming ahead like a sanctuary. I could almost taste the comfort of a hot cup of tea and the familiarity of my cozy living room. But as I stepped off the curb, I felt an undeniable urge to look back one last time. The man was still there, his gaze fixed on me, unwavering. It felt as though he could see right through me, peeling back the layers of my life with his eyes. I quickly ducked into the building, the door closing behind me with a finality that left me breathless. Inside, I leaned against the cool surface of the door, my heart pounding in my chest. It's just a coincidence, I whispered to myself, though the conviction was waning. But the image of the man lingered in my mind, a specter of doubt that refused to fade. Why was he watching me? Did I just misinterpret his intentions? Or was there something more sinister at play? The following days passed in a blur of routine, but the image of the man in the car haunted me. I tried to dismiss it, burying myself in work and everyday distractions, but the unease lingered like a shadow, trailing me, relentless and inescapable. Each evening, I took the same route home, casting wary glances at the corner where I first spotted him. The Navy car was gone, but I could still feel his eyes on me, a weight pressing down on my chest whenever I stepped outside. One evening, as I returned home, I noticed something strange. The streetlights flickered intermittently, casting eerie shadows that danced along the pavement. I quickened my pace, keenly aware of the shifting darkness around me. As I reached my block, I spotted an unfamiliar figure leaning against a lamppost. A woman, her face partially obscured by the hood of her jacket, seemed to be watching me with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. I hesitated, debating whether to approach or cross the street, but something compelled me to keep walking. "Excuse me," she called out as I passed. Her voice was soft, but carried an unsettling edge. "Do you live around here?" I nodded, forcing a polite smile. "Yeah, just a few doors down." She tilted her head, her eyes narrowing slightly. "You should be careful at night. There's some strange people out here." I felt my heart skip a beat. Was she trying to warn me? "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just keep an eye out," she replied cryptically, stepping back into the shadows. "You never know who's watching." With that, she turned and walked away, disappearing into the encroaching darkness. I stood frozen for a moment, grappling with the weight of her words. Who was she? And why did it feel like she knew more than she let on? Shaking off the chill that had settled over me, I continued toward my apartment, glancing over my shoulder every few steps. As I reached my door, I noticed a small piece of paper tucked into the crack. My heart raced as I picked it up, unfolding it with trembling hands. It was a simple message: "He's still watching." The breath caught in my throat as a cold wave of fear washed over me. I glanced up and down the street, half expecting to see the man from the car or the woman who had warned me. But the street was silent, devoid of movement. I stepped inside my apartment and locked the door, my pulse racing. I leaned against the door, staring at the note in disbelief. Had this been a prank, or was someone truly stalking me? The next few days passed in an anxious haze. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, every sound amplified in my mind. I avoided the street where I had seen the man, opting for longer routes home, but the feeling of being watched never left me. At work, I found it hard to concentrate, my mind racing with thoughts of the man and the warning. I began to notice subtle changes in my daily routine. strange faces appearing in the background of my commute, an eerie sense of déjà vu that settled over me like a shroud. One evening, as I walked home from the bus stop, I spotted the same woman from before leaning against the same lamppost. This time, her expression was grave, her eyes scanning the street as if she were waiting for something or someone. "Hey," I called out, an odd mix of relief and trepidation flooding my voice. "You again? Do you know who's watching me?" She straightened up, her gaze piercing as it met mine. "It's worse than I thought," she said, urgency in her tone. "You need to trust me. I can help you." "Help me?" I echoed, taken aback. "How do you know anything about this?" "I've seen him," she replied, her voice dropping to a whisper. "He's been following you for days." My heart raced. "What do you mean? Who is he?" She hesitated, glancing around as if checking for anyone nearby. "I don't know his name, but I know what he's capable of. I've seen him lurking near your apartment. You need to be careful." "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, trying to process the gravity of her words. "Because I've been where you are. I know what it's like to feel trapped. But you can't let him know you're onto him," she urged, her voice trembling with urgency. Panic surged within me. What should I do? "Keep your distance, stay vigilant. I'll watch from afar and let you know if I see him," she said, her expression softening. "But you must promise me you won't confront him." "I promise," I said, though the knot in my stomach tightened. As she turned to leave, I felt a mix of gratitude and fear. I wasn't alone in this anymore, but the reality of my situation weighed heavily on my mind. That night, I locked every door and window in my apartment, the shadows seeming to stretch further as darkness enveloped me. I sat on my couch, the television flickering in the corner, but the sound felt distant and muted. My mind raced with thoughts of the man and the woman. Who were they, and what did they want from me? Hours passed, and just as I began to drift off to sleep, I heard a noise outside. A soft thud, followed by a low murmur. My heart pounded in my chest as I tiptoed toward the window, peering out through the curtains. And there he was, the man from the car, standing under the streetlight, staring straight at my apartment. I stumbled back, my breath catching in my throat. The chilling realization settled in. He had found me, and I was no longer safe. The weight of fear pressed down on me as I backed away from the window, heart racing and mind spiraling into chaos. The man stood there, an ominous silhouette against the glow of the streetlight, his face partially shrouded in darkness. I was caught in a vice grip of panic, every instinct screaming for me to hide. I glanced around my apartment, searching for a place to retreat. My living room felt like a cage, the walls closing in as I imagined him stepping through my front door. I quickly grabbed my phone, fingers trembling as I dialed the number for the police. 911. "What's your emergency?" The operator's calm voice seemed a world away from my own spiraling thoughts. "There's a man outside my apartment, and I think he's been watching me," I stammered, the words tumbling out in a rush. "I don't know what he wants, but I feel unsafe. Stay inside and lock all your doors," she instructed, her tone steady. "Can you describe the man?" I hesitated, my mind racing. I don't know. Tall, dark hair, kind of scruffy looking. I can't see his face clearly. It's dark outside." "Okay, stay on the line with me," she said, her voice reassuring. "Help is on the way. Just keep your distance from the windows." I hung up, pressing my back against the wall, my breathing heavy and shallow. I could see his outline shifting slightly, as if he were looking for a way in. My mind raced, weighing the odds of what I should do next. Should I make a run for it? Stay put? Then, I remembered the woman from the lamppost. I fumbled for my phone again and sent her a quick message. "He's outside my apartment." What should I do? My heart raced as I waited for her response, every second stretching out like an eternity. I heard a knock on my door, sharp and insistent, sending a jolt of adrenaline coursing through me. "Hey," it was the woman's voice, panicked. "Open up." I rushed to the door, heart pounding, unsure whether to let her in or keep it locked. But I couldn't stay in there alone with him outside. I unlocked the door and flung it open, her face pale and frantic. "Get inside," she hissed, pushing me back as she entered. I quickly locked the door again, my heart pounding in my ears. "Did you see him?" I asked, fear lacing my voice. She nodded, her breath quick and uneven. He's been watching you. We have to figure out what he wants before it's too late. I gestured for her to sit down as I paced the room, trying to process everything. How did you know I was in trouble? I followed you after our last conversation, she admitted, her eyes darting toward the window. I wanted to make sure you were safe, but I lost sight of you for a bit. When I saw him outside your place, I knew I had to warn you. My mind whirled with questions. Who is he? Why is he watching me? She shook her head, frustration etched across her features. I don't know everything, but I've seen him around. He's not just some random stranger. He's dangerous. We need to find out more about him. A heavy silence fell between us, the weight of our situation settling in. I could feel the tension in the air, thick and suffocating. How do we do that? First, we need to gather information. We can't let him know we're onto him. If he realizes we're investigating, it could get worse, she said, her voice steadying. We'll have to be smart about this. Just then, my phone buzzed on the table, pulling me from my thoughts. I glanced at the screen. It was a message from my friend, Alex. Hey, just checking in. You okay? I hesitated, unsure if I should confide in him about my situation, but I felt the need for someone else to know. I typed a quick response. Not really. I think someone's been watching me. I'll explain later. The woman noticed my hesitation. Who's that? It's just a friend, I replied. I don't want to involve anyone else right now. This is already too much. She nodded, but her expression was serious. We need to stay focused. Let's think about what we know. If we can gather some clues, we might be able to piece together who he is. As I sat down, my thoughts turned to my job. I had a colleague, Maya, who worked in cybersecurity. She was tech-savvy and might have insights into how to handle someone stalking or hacking into someone's life. Maybe I can talk to Maya about this, I suggested. Good idea, the woman replied. But be careful what you say. We don't want to alert him that you're looking into him. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how much my life had spiraled in such a short time. Do you think he's dangerous? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. I wouldn't take any chances, she said, her eyes serious. If he's watching you, he might be planning something. Suddenly, the streetlight outside flickered violently, casting the room in a momentary darkness before a faint glow returned. I felt my heart race. What if he's already inside? I said, panic gripping me. Let's check the windows and doors, she suggested, her expression determined. We need to make sure everything is secure. We moved quickly, securing every window and locking every door. With each click of the lock, a small wave of relief washed over me. But the weight of uncertainty lingered heavily in the air. I glanced at the woman, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and determination. We were in this together now, but the question hung over us like a dark cloud. How much danger were we truly in? With every window and door locked tight, an uneasy silence settled over the room. The only sound was the distant hum of the city outside, a reminder of life continuing beyond the confines of my anxiety-ridden sanctuary. The woman, whose name I still didn't know, paced the small living room, her brow furrowed in concentration. What's our next move? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. We need to figure out who he is and what he wants. The longer we wait, the more he's going to realize we're onto him, she replied, glancing toward the window, her eyes narrowing as if she could see through the darkness outside. Do you really think he's dangerous? I pressed, my heart pounding at the thought. She turned to me, her expression grave. I don't know for sure, but I've seen him lurking around too many times. If he's watching you, there's a reason. A shiver ran down my spine, and I felt an overwhelming urge to understand the threat looming over me. I needed answers. Maybe we can look up some old news articles or reports about him. If he's been seen around here before, there might be something online, I suggested, already moving toward my laptop. Good idea, she said, following me. But let's be discreet. We can't let him know we're investigating. I quickly powered up my laptop, fingers shaking slightly as I typed into the search bar, mysterious man in my neighborhood. A few results popped up, mostly neighborhood watch groups and local forums discussing petty crimes. Nothing immediately stood out, but I kept searching. As I scanned through the results, my mind raced with possibilities. Why was this happening to me? I had been so consumed with my own life and work that I hadn't noticed anything unusual until now. "Did you find anything?" the woman asked, leaning closer to the screen. "Not yet. Just the usual complaints about neighborhood thefts and strange people lurking around," I replied, my frustration mounting. "I thought there would be more. Maybe we should dig deeper," she suggested. "Look for any reports of stalking or suspicious behavior in the area." I shifted my focus and added the terms stalker and suspicious activity to my search. The results were sparse, but one particular headline caught my eye. "Local woman claims stalker has been watching her for weeks." I clicked on it. The article detailed a woman who had reported feeling watched over several weeks, describing her own encounters with a man fitting a similar description to my own. She had tried to reach out to local authorities, but felt dismissed. As I read through the comments beneath the article, a chill ran down my spine. Many people shared similar experiences, recounting sightings of a man lurking in various neighborhoods. "Look at this," I said, pointing to the screen. "This woman, she describes everything I've been feeling. The way he watches, the way he moves." The woman leaned closer, her expression tightening with concern. "This is serious. If he's been watching others too, we need to alert the police." "I already called them," I replied, feeling a wave of defeat wash over me. "But they didn't take me seriously. What if they don't believe us again?" "Then we gather our own evidence," she insisted, determination in her voice. "If we can document what's happening, they'll have to take it seriously." "Like what?" I asked, my brow furrowing as I thought it over. "Let's set up a camera. We can catch him in the act if he comes back," she suggested, her eyes lighting up with the idea. I hesitated. "What if he notices it?" "Then we'll have to be sneaky about it," she replied. "We can hide it somewhere discreet. If he's watching you, we need to be ready." The thought sent a rush of adrenaline through me. "Okay, let's do it." I grabbed an old camera I had tucked away in my closet, along with a few of my laptop's recording tools. My heart raced as I set it up near the window, angling it just right to capture the view of my front door and the street outside. "Make sure it's not too obvious," the woman cautioned, her eyes scanning the surroundings for any potential flaws in our plan. "If he sees it, he'll know we're onto him." Once the camera was in place, I hit record and stepped back. "Now what?" I asked, feeling both a rush of hope and a gnawing anxiety in my stomach. "We wait," she said, her tone steady. "But we should also think about getting a more secure way to protect yourself. Maybe a security system or an alarm." "I don't have the money for that right now," I said, frustration creeping in again. "Okay, then we'll do the best we can for now. Just stay alert," she said, giving me an encouraging nod. As the night wore on, we sat together in silence, occasionally glancing at the camera feed on my laptop. Hours passed, the tension in the room thickening as the darkness outside deepened. Just when I thought the night would stretch into an endless cycle of fear, the screen flickered with movement. My heart raced as I leaned closer, eyes glued to the image. There he was, the man from the street, standing directly in front of my door, obscured by the shadows. My breath caught in my throat. He looked exactly like the description in the article, and I felt a chill run through me. "Is that him?" the woman whispered, her eyes wide with alarm. "Yes," I breathed, my voice barely audible. But before we could react, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. "What was he doing?" I whispered, my heart pounding in my chest. "I don't know, but he's definitely not going to stop watching you," she replied, fear etched into her features. "We need to tell someone about this." I nodded, my resolve hardening. "I won't let him intimidate me. I'll find a way to make him stop." The dawn broke, casting soft light across the room, but I hardly noticed. My mind was a storm of thoughts, the events of the night replaying in an endless loop. The man had been outside my door, so close, yet so distant, a specter of fear haunting my every move. I had seen him, but what did that mean? Did he know I was watching? The woman, whose name I still hadn't asked, had fallen asleep on the couch, exhaustion weighing heavily on her. I glanced at her, thankful for her presence. Having someone to share this burden made it feel slightly lighter, if only just. I pulled my phone from my pocket and called the police. The ringing felt like an eternity, and just as I was about to hang up in frustration, a calm voice answered. 911. What's your emergency? I need to report something. Someone is watching me. I think he's dangerous, I stammered, my voice trembling with anxiety. Can you describe the individual? The operator asked, her tone businesslike and steady. I hesitated. He's tall, with dark hair. I think he's been around for a while, but I didn't notice until recently. I have video footage. Video footage? She sounded intrigued now. Is it possible for you to bring that to the station? Yes, I can. I just need to get everything together. All right, I suggest you stay inside and keep your doors locked until officers arrive, she said before ending the call. I hung up, a mixture of relief and dread washing over me. I needed to prepare the footage. I glanced over at the woman, still asleep, and decided to let her rest for a moment longer. I quietly walked to my laptop, replaying the video from last night, trying to catch any details I might have missed. As I watched, my heart sank. The man had just stood there, staring at my door, but something was off. His posture seemed too relaxed for someone who was supposed to be a threat. He didn't knock or ring the bell. He merely watched. Suddenly, a thought struck me. What if he's not just watching me? What if he's watching everyone? I whispered to myself. My thoughts raced, recalling all the comments from the article about others seeing a similar man in their neighborhoods. What if he had been following me all along? I needed to know more about him, to dig deeper into this mystery before it consumed me entirely. After gathering the footage, I carefully backed up everything onto a USB drive, my hands trembling as I worked. The urgency of the situation propelled me forward. Once done, I decided it was time to wake the woman. Hey, I said gently, shaking her shoulder. We need to go. The police are on their way, but I want to show them the footage. She stirred, blinking sleep from her eyes. What time is it? Early. We need to leave soon, I urged, trying to contain my excitement and anxiety. She sat up, a look of realization dawning on her. You got it? You recorded him? Yeah, I think it'll help. She nodded, quickly getting to her feet. Let's go then. I grabbed my jacket and my phone, making sure to double-check that everything was locked before heading outside. The fresh air hit me like a slap in the face, invigorating, yet heavy with a sense of impending danger. We walked to my car in silence, and I felt a knot of tension building in my stomach. My mind raced with possibilities. What if the man returned while we were gone? What if he had friends lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity? Are you okay? She asked, breaking the silence as I slid into the driver's seat. I don't know, I admitted, starting the engine. What if he's waiting for us? What if he's watching right now? Her gaze turned serious. Then we need to be smart about this. Don't give him a reason to act. I nodded, pulling out of the driveway and heading toward the police station. The streets were eerily quiet, and the further I drove, the more paranoia seeped into my thoughts. Every shadow, every passing car felt like a potential threat. When we arrived at the station, my heart raced in anticipation. The building loomed ahead, its lights shining brightly in the early morning light, offering a sense of safety and authority. We walked through the automatic doors, stepping into the lobby. A desk officer looked up, a bored expression on his face. But when he saw us, he straightened slightly. Can I help you? He asked, his tone indifferent. I need to speak to someone about a stalking situation, I said, my voice steadying. Fill out this form, he said, sliding a piece of paper toward me. Someone will be with you shortly. As I filled out the form, I felt the weight of the USB drive in my pocket, a reminder of the evidence I held. The woman stood beside me, her presence grounding me in a sea of anxiety. After what felt like an eternity, a uniformed officer approached us. I'm Officer Lane. What seems to be the problem? I've been followed and watched by a man outside my home. I have footage of him, I explained, handing him the USB drive. Officer Lane raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Let's take a look. He led us to a small office in the back, and I followed, anxiety swirling in my stomach. Once inside, I plugged the USB drive into a computer, my hands shaking slightly. I could feel the woman's gaze on me, steady and encouraging. The officer pulled up the footage, and I watched as the screen flickered to life, showing the man standing outside my door, shrouded in darkness. Is this the man you've been seeing? Officer Lane asked, watching the screen intently. Yes, I confirmed, my voice steady. He frowned, scrutinizing the footage. This is concerning. How long has this been happening? About a week now. I thought I was just imagining things at first, I admitted. But it's gotten worse. After a few moments of silence, Officer Lane nodded. We'll need to take your statement and see if there are any other reports of similar incidents in the area. You said you've spoken to others. Yes, there are people online who have experienced the same thing, I explained, detailing the article I had read and the shared experiences in the comments. Officer Lane listened carefully, nodding as I spoke. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. We'll have someone look into it. In the meantime, I recommend you stay vigilant. If you see him again, call us immediately. We can increase patrols in your area. I nodded, feeling a sense of relief. At least now, something was being done. Thank you, officer. I appreciate it. As we left the station, I turned to the woman, a flicker of hope igniting in my chest. Maybe this will help. Maybe we can put an end to this. But even as I said it, a nagging doubt lingered in my mind. What if he was already one step ahead? As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the ground, I felt an uneasy sense of anticipation settling over me. The officers had promised to keep an eye on the area, but deep down, I knew that it was up to me to protect myself. The woman and I returned to my house, the weight of the day hanging heavily on my shoulders. I locked the door behind us, listening intently as the sound of the latch clicking into place echoed through the silence. Do you feel safe? She asked, her voice breaking the stillness. I considered her question carefully. I don't know. I think I need to keep the lights on and make sure the curtains are closed. Just do everything I can and not give him a reason to come back. Let's set up a safe space, she suggested, glancing around the room. If he does come back, we need to be prepared. We spent the next few hours fortifying the house in a way that felt almost laughable. We moved furniture against the windows, creating makeshift barriers. I could feel the tension between us, the fear and uncertainty drawing us closer together as we huddled in the living room. Once we felt secure, I reached for my laptop again, desperate to find any clues about the man who had turned my life upside down. I opened my browser, quickly searching for any recent news articles or updates about similar incidents in my area. As I scrolled through the results, one headline caught my eye: Stranger in the Shadows. Local residents report unnerving encounters. My heart raced as I clicked the link. The article detailed multiple accounts of a man lurking in the vicinity, observing families, and seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Each story mirrored my own, building a chilling narrative that connected us all. Listen to this, I said, turning the laptop toward her. I read aloud the most disturbing accounts, each sentence sending shivers down my spine. People are feeling watched, followed, just like me. Do they mention anything about the man? She asked, her brow furrowing in concern. Not much, just that he's tall and has dark hair. I paused, remembering the chilling details of my own encounter. But it feels like we're all missing something. As the night deepened, the weight of our situation pressed down on me. I decided it was time to review the footage again. Maybe I had overlooked something crucial, a detail that could help me understand who this man was and what he wanted. We settled in front of the laptop, our eyes glued to the screen. I replayed the video, scrutinizing every frame. There he was, standing outside my door, his posture unnaturally still, his eyes fixed on the entrance as if he was waiting for something or someone. What are you looking for? She asked softly, her eyes darting back and forth across the screen. I don't know. Something that doesn't fit, I replied, my frustration mounting. It feels like he's hiding something beneath the surface, like he's more than just a random guy watching me. Suddenly, a thought struck me. What if he's trying to send a message? What if he thinks I know something he doesn't want me to find out? Her eyes widened in realization. You mean he's targeting you for a reason? Maybe. I paused, the weight of that possibility settling over me like a thick fog. But what could it be? I haven't done anything. At least, nothing that I can remember. As we contemplated this, the room grew quieter. Outside, the wind howled, a restless force whispering secrets through the cracks of the house. The sound sent a chill down my spine, the air growing heavy with an unsettling tension. Then, without warning, A loud thud echoed through the night, startling both of us. "What was that?" she gasped, gripping the edge of the couch tightly. "I don't know," I breathed, adrenaline surging through my veins. I stood up, feeling my heart pound in my chest like a war drum. "Stay here. I'll check it out." "No, let's go together," she insisted, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. We moved cautiously to the front door, every creak of the floorboards beneath us sounding like a shout in the stillness. I opened the door slowly, peering out into the darkness. "Nothing. Maybe it was just the wind," I said, trying to convince myself as I stepped outside. As I looked around, I felt a rush of dread. The shadows seemed to shift, the night air heavy with an impending sense of danger. I scanned the area, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. "Are you okay?" she whispered, stepping closer to me. "I think so." I turned back toward the house, but as I did, I caught a glimpse of movement at the edge of my property. "There! Did you see that?" I pointed, my voice barely above a whisper. She squinted, trying to peer into the darkness. "What is it?" "I think someone's there," I said, my pulse quickening. We both moved forward cautiously, hearts racing as we approached the treeline. The moonlight cast an eerie glow, illuminating the branches that twisted overhead like skeletal fingers. Then I saw him. The man from my nightmares stood there, partially obscured by the shadows. He was watching us. "Run!" I shouted, adrenaline fueling my movements. I grabbed her arm, pulling her back toward the house as fear surged through me. We sprinted inside, slamming the door behind us, locking it as quickly as I could. "What the hell was that?" she panted, her eyes wide with fear. "I don't know. I think he was just waiting for us to come out." We hurried to the windows, peering out into the night. The man stood still, just beyond the reach of the porch light, watching with an unsettling calm. I grabbed my phone, trying to call the police again, but my hands trembled too much. "What do we do? What if he tries to get in?" "Let's stay quiet and keep the lights off," she suggested. "Maybe he'll leave." As the minutes dragged on, the tension in the room was palpable. We huddled together in the corner of the living room, the glow of my phone screen illuminating our anxious faces. The man remained outside, unmoving, an ominous shadow in the night. Suddenly, I heard a noise, a soft scratching at the window. My heart stopped, and I held my breath, fear gripping me. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Yes," she replied, her eyes wide. We held our breath, the room enveloped in a heavy silence. Then, just as suddenly, the scratching stopped. "Maybe he's gone," I dared to hope, inching toward the window to look outside. But as I peeked through the curtains, my heart sank. The man was still there, now closer than before. He was staring right at me. The dread washed over me like a wave, and I stumbled back, my mind racing with thoughts of what could happen next. "We need to call the police again," I said, urgency rising in my voice. Just as I reached for my phone, the lights flickered. "Stay close to me," I urged, gripping her hand as a deep sense of foreboding enveloped us. What was he waiting for? Why hadn't he come inside yet? And more importantly, what did he want from me? The tension in the room was palpable, the air thick with unspoken fears and the weight of our circumstances. I could feel my heart pounding against my ribcage as I tried to comprehend the sheer insanity of what was happening. The man outside, his figure looming larger in my mind than in reality, felt like a dark cloud hanging over us, suffocating any sense of safety. I turned to the woman beside me, her expression a mixture of fear and determination. "We need to figure out who he is and why he's targeting me. There must be something in my past, something that connects us." "What do you mean?" she asked, her brow furrowed. "Think about it. He's been watching me. I've never even seen him until now, but somehow he knows where I am every night. What if I did something unknowingly that drew his attention?" She nodded slowly, her mind working through the implications. "Maybe we can find something in your past that might explain his obsession. Do you have any old journals or photos? Anything that might give us a clue?" I considered this for a moment. "I have an old diary from when I was a teenager. It's buried in my closet, but it's mostly just about my daily life. Nothing too significant. It's worth a shot. It could be a way to uncover what he knows or how he's connected to you." she replied, her voice steady. With a newfound sense of urgency, I made my way to the closet, pulling open the sliding door and rummaging through the piles of clothes and forgotten memories. Dust danced in the air, illuminated by the pale light filtering through the window. My fingers brushed against the familiar texture of the diary, and I pulled it out, a sense of nostalgia washing over me. "Here it is," I said, flipping it open. The pages were yellowed with age, the ink faded but legible. I sat cross-legged on the floor, the woman beside me, as I began to read aloud. June 12th, 2008. Today was a weird day. I saw a man at the park who kept staring at me. I thought I was imagining things, but I couldn't shake the feeling he was watching me. I told Mom, but she just brushed it off. I paused, glancing at her. I didn't think much of it back then. I figured it was just a case of paranoia. "Keep going," she urged, her interest piqued. I turned to the next entry. August 1st, 2008. I had a dream about that man again. He was in my room, watching me sleep. It felt so real that I woke up screaming. Mom said it was just a nightmare. The room fell silent as I continued to read through the entries, recounting mundane experiences and typical teenage musings. But as I flipped further into the diary, the entries grew darker. October 15th, 2008. I started seeing him everywhere. At school, in my neighborhood. I told my friends, but they thought I was being dramatic. I don't know what to do. He makes me feel so uneasy. With each entry, my heart raced faster. It was as if the diary was a window into a past I had long tried to forget, a haunting reminder of fears I had buried deep within me. "Do you see anything connecting you to him?" she asked, her eyes focused on me. "I don't know," I admitted. I thought it was just paranoia back then, but now, my voice trailed off as I stumbled upon a particularly chilling entry. December 5th, 2008. I saw him again at the corner store. He was standing outside, staring at me. I ran home, and since then, I've been too afraid to go out after dark. I looked up, panic rising within me. This isn't just random. I think I might have been marked in some way, as if he's been watching me for years. But why? Before I could voice my thoughts, the lights flickered again, plunging the room into darkness for a brief moment. I could feel my breath quickening, the realization dawning upon me that this man had been part of my life for much longer than I had ever realized. "Maybe he's been waiting for you to uncover something," she suggested, her voice trembling slightly. "Or to finish something he started," I added, my mind racing. "I need to confront him." "What? Are you crazy? You can't just go outside," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with fear. "Why not? He's already here, and hiding won't change anything. I need answers, and I won't get them by cowering inside." She looked at me, a mix of admiration and concern on her face. "I get it, but this could be dangerous. We need a plan." I nodded, weighing my options. "We'll confront him together. We can approach him with caution. Maybe I can get him to talk." "Okay," she agreed reluctantly. "But we need to arm ourselves. Do you have anything we can use for protection?" I thought for a moment. "I have a baseball bat in the garage. If things go south, at least we'll have something." As we made our way to the garage, my pulse quickened. I knew this was risky, but the sense of urgency to face my fears outweighed my fear of the man outside. I grabbed the bat, its weight feeling reassuring in my hands. "Let's go," I said, steeling myself for whatever awaited us outside. Together, we approached the door, glancing out the window once more to gauge the situation. The man still stood at the edge of the property, a shadow in the moonlight, his expression unreadable. "Are you ready?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of my racing heart. "Ready as I'll ever be," I replied, steeling myself. I took a deep breath, my fingers tightening around the bat as I swung open the door. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice stronger than I felt. He turned, his eyes locking onto mine, and for a moment, the world felt suspended in time. "What do you want?" I demanded, the words spilling out of me in a rush. He smiled, a slow, unsettling grin that sent chills down my spine. "I've been waiting for you." The night air felt thick with tension as I stood there, bat in hand, facing the man who had haunted my dreams and my waking hours. He was closer now, a shadowy figure stepping out of the darkness and into the dim light that spilled from my doorway. His smile widened, a predatory gleam in his eyes that made my skin crawl. "I've been waiting for you," he repeated, his voice smooth yet laced with a chilling undertone. "Why? What do you want from me?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady despite the rising fear in my chest. He took a step closer, and I instinctively raised the bat higher, ready to defend myself if needed. "You're more important than you realize," he said cryptically, his gaze unwavering. "There are things you don't remember, things you need to know." "What do you mean?" I shot back, anger mixing with fear. "You've been watching me for years. If you know something, just tell me." He chuckled softly, as if my frustration amused him. "You really think I just give you the answers?" "No, you have to figure this out yourself. It's part of the game." "Game?" I echoed, confusion setting in. "This isn't a game. You've tormented me for years, and now you want to play games?" "Tormented?" "No, my dear," he said, shaking his head slowly. "I've been protecting you. There are forces at play here that you cannot begin to understand." "What forces?" I pressed, feeling a mix of rage and desperation. "The same ones that led me to you in the first place," he replied, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "You have a destiny, but it's tangled in the past. You just need to look closer. I don't want any part of this." I shouted, stepping back into the doorway. "I don't care about my past or whatever this is. Just leave me alone." "You can't escape what you are," he said, his voice calm and unwavering. "You need to confront it, or it will consume you. You think you can go back to your life like this never happened? That won't work." Panic surged within me, and I tightened my grip on the bat, adrenaline coursing through my veins. "What do you know about me?" "More than you think," he replied, his eyes glinting in the darkness. "But we can't talk here. Too many ears listening." I glanced back at the woman, who stood behind me, watching the exchange with wide eyes. "What do you mean by that?" I asked, my heart pounding. "Your home is a cage," he said, his gaze flickering past me. "You need to come with me, where we can talk without interruptions. If you don't, I can't guarantee your safety or hers." I hesitated, weighing my options. My instincts screamed for me to run, to slam the door and hide away from this man. But deep down, a part of me was desperate for answers. What did he know? Why had he been watching me? Why should I trust you? I challenged, my voice steadier than I felt. "Because I'm the only one who can help you," he said, the sincerity in his voice cutting through the fear. "This is bigger than both of us. I promise you, if you come with me, you will understand everything." "Where will you take her?" the woman asked, stepping forward protectively. He looked at her, his expression shifting from a predator to something almost human. "Somewhere safe. I'll make sure no one can hurt you, but time is running out." I glanced back at her, and I could see the concern etched on her face. "I don't want you to go," she whispered, the fear in her voice evident. "I have to," I replied, my heart heavy with the decision. "I need to know the truth." "Then take this," she said, reaching into her pocket and pulling out a small knife. She pressed it into my palm, her grip firm. "Just in case," I nodded, tucking it into my waistband. "I'll be careful." Turning back to the man, I took a deep breath. "Fine, I'll go with you. But if you try anything, I swear." He raised a hand, cutting me off. "I understand. Your fear is valid. Let's get going." As we stepped into the night, I could feel the weight of the world on my shoulders. The man led the way, his silhouette barely illuminated by the moonlight. I cast one last glance at my home, the place I had always considered a sanctuary. Now it felt like a tomb, filled with memories I was ready to leave behind. The man led me through the darkened streets, the sounds of the night surrounding us. The occasional rustle of leaves and distant barking of dogs echoed in the silence, amplifying the eeriness of the moment. "Where are we going?" I asked, my heart pounding louder with each step. "To a place where you can learn the truth," he replied without looking back. "A place where everything will be revealed." The path twisted and turned, and soon we found ourselves at the edge of a wooded area. I hesitated, instinctively pulling back. "I don't know if this is a good idea." "Trust me," he urged, his voice soothing. "I wouldn't lead you into danger." "Not now." We stepped into the trees, the the canopy overhead blocking out most of the moonlight. The darkness closed in around us, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. My mind raced with thoughts of what awaited me, and with every step, the sense of unease grew stronger. Finally, we reached a clearing, and I paused to take in my surroundings. The area was eerily quiet, the only sound being the soft rustle of leaves overhead. The man stopped and turned to face me, his expression serious. "Before we continue, you need to understand something," he said, his voice low. "What you're about to learn may change everything you thought you knew about yourself." I nodded, my stomach churning with anxiety. "Just tell me, you are part of something much larger than you realize," he began, taking a step closer. "Your past is not just your own. It's intertwined with the lives of many others. The reason I've been watching you is that I had to make sure you were ready." "Ready for what?" I pressed, my voice barely a whisper. "For the truth," he said, pausing for a moment to let the weight of his words sink in. "It's time you learned what you really are, and what that means for your future." A chill swept through me as his words hung heavy in the air. I had wanted answers, but now that I was here, I wasn't sure if I was ready for what he had to reveal. "Show me," I said, steeling myself. He nodded, a determined look in his eyes. "Let's begin." The moon hung high above the clearing, casting an ethereal glow that flickered through the leaves like a spotlight on a stage. My heart raced as I stood before the man, the weight of his promise heavy in the air. I felt a mix of anticipation and dread. The truth was lurking just beyond my reach. "Sit down," he instructed, motioning to a fallen log nearby. I complied, the rough surface digging into my thighs as I settled in, instinctively clutching the knife my friend had given me. The man paced slowly in front of me, his eyes scanning the darkness as if he were summoning the very shadows to reveal their secrets. "You've felt it, haven't you? The strange occurrences, the whispers on the wind, the feeling of being watched." "Yes," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. "It's been unsettling, like something is always just out of sight." "That's because it is," he said, stopping to face me. "You're connected to a reality that most people can't perceive. Your ability to sense what others cannot is a gift, but it's also a burden." "What do you mean?" I asked, my brow furrowing in confusion. He took a deep breath, as if gathering the strength to reveal the truth. "Your family has a history. Generations ago, your ancestors were part of a group that harnessed energy that allows some to glimpse beyond the veil of our world. You're one of the last descendants, and your potential is more significant than you know." My mind raced. "But I'm just me. I'm not special. I'm just an ordinary person." "Ordinary?" He scoffed, his eyes narrowing. "You think your dreams, your instincts, your intuition are just coincidences? No, they're signals. They're calling you to something greater, and you've been ignoring them. What do you want from me?" I shot back, fear clawing at my insides. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because you're in danger," he said, his voice dropping to a grave tone. "There are others out there who want to harness your power for their own purposes. They know about your lineage, and they will stop at nothing to use you." I felt the air in my lungs constrict. "What do you mean, use me?" "There are forces that thrive on chaos," he explained, his eyes darkening with intensity. "And they will do anything to control it. You have a choice, but it won't be easy. You can embrace your heritage and learn to control your abilities, or you can ignore it and risk becoming a pawn in their game." "Why should I believe you?" I challenged, desperate to hold on to some semblance of control in this spiraling conversation. He stepped closer, leaning in as if the very act of sharing this knowledge required secrecy. "Because I'm one of the few who have fought against these forces. I've seen what they can do, and I won't let them take you." "What happened to you?" I asked, feeling an unexpected connection to this stranger who had been haunting my life. "I lost everything," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I was naive, just like you, thinking I could outrun my past. I thought I could keep it hidden, but it found me. Now I'm here to make sure you don't make the same mistakes." A chill ran down my spine, and I looked into his eyes, searching for the truth behind his words. "So what now? What do I do?" "You need to train," he replied, straightening up with newfound determination. "There's a hidden place where you can learn, a sanctuary. But we need to move quickly. They're already aware of your presence, and they'll come for you. Who are they? I pressed, feeling the panic rising within me again. He hesitated, as if weighing his words carefully. A cult of sorts. They believe they can manipulate those with your gift, and they've been hunting you since you were a child. Why didn't I know any of this? I asked, frustration bubbling to the surface. Because it was safer for you not to know, he replied, his expression softening. Your family has tried to protect you, but the veil is thinning. You're awakening, and with that comes the danger. I swallowed hard, the weight of his words settling like a stone in my stomach. What do I have to do? Come with me, he urged, extending his hand toward me. Let me show you the way. You'll learn to harness your abilities and protect yourself. Together, we can fight back. I looked down at his hand, then back up into his eyes. There was sincerity there, a fierce determination that resonated deep within me. My heart pounded as I thought about my choice. Finally, I nodded. Okay, I'll go with you. But if I find out this is some sort of trick... It's not, he interrupted, his voice steady. I promise. This is your chance to reclaim your life. Taking a deep breath, I grasped his hand, feeling the warmth radiating from him. In that moment, I understood that this was no longer just about survival. It was about uncovering the truth of who I was. As we turned to leave the clearing, I felt a weight lifting from my shoulders. It wasn't just a burden of fear, but the beginning of a journey that I never expected. I was stepping into the unknown, ready to confront my past, embrace my future, and uncover the secrets that had been hidden for far too long. The forest loomed around us, shadows stretching like fingers as we moved deeper into its embrace. With each step I took alongside the man, whose name I still didn't know, I felt the remnants of my old life slipping away. I was leaving behind a world defined by ordinary concerns, stepping into one woven with mysteries, danger, and a power I was only beginning to understand. Where are we going? I asked, the trees whispering secrets overhead. To the sanctuary, he replied, his gaze fixed ahead. It's a place where you'll be safe and where you can learn to control your abilities. But first, we need to be cautious. The cult is always watching. Do you really think they're already aware of me? I asked, a shiver running down my spine. More than you know, he said, a grim expression crossing his face. They've been tracking you, watching your every move. They believe you're the key to their plans, and they won't hesitate to act. I felt a rush of dread. My mind raced, connecting the dots of the strange occurrences, the feeling of being watched. It all began to make sense in a horrifying way. What do they want from me? They want to control your power, he explained, glancing back at me. They believe that by using you, they can manipulate the forces of chaos to create a reality of their own choosing. But first, they need to break you. Break me? I echoed, anxiety twisting in my gut. He nodded gravely. If they can exploit your fears, make you doubt yourself, they'll gain the upper hand. That's why training is crucial. You need to learn to trust your instincts and confront what lies ahead. As we walked, the air grew colder, a prelude to the inevitable confrontation I sensed was looming. The man led me to a clearing filled with old stone ruins, covered in moss and vines. The atmosphere was charged, as if the very ground beneath our feet was imbued with the energy of centuries past. This is the sanctuary, he announced, gesturing around. Here, you'll learn to harness your abilities. But be warned, you may face visions of your past, doubts and fears. Embrace them. They are part of your journey. I nodded, feeling a mix of trepidation and determination. As we stepped further into the clearing, I could feel a strange energy pulsing through the air. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, trying to center myself. Now, let's begin, he said, motioning for me to follow him to the center of the ruins. In the middle of the stones lay a large, flat rock, worn smooth by time. He instructed me to sit upon it, and I hesitated for a moment before complying. As I settled down, I felt an odd vibration coursing through the rock, resonating with something deep inside me. Focus on your breath, he guided, his voice steady and calm. Clear your mind and open yourself to the energy around you. I closed my eyes again, concentrating on the sound of my breath. The chaos of thoughts swirled in my mind, memories and fears colliding. But as I focused on my breathing, I felt a flicker of something, an energy that pulsed like a heartbeat. Suddenly, a vision struck me. I was standing in my childhood home, shadows flickering in the corners, whispering my name. I felt small and vulnerable, a child once again, surrounded by darkness. I tried to run, but the shadows closed in on me, their whispers growing louder, more insistent. "Lena," they hissed. "You can't escape. Lena, face it." The man's voice broke through the fog of my vision. "They're not real. You control this." "Control?" I gasped, panic rising within me. "I can't control anything." "Breathe," he commanded, his presence anchoring me. "You're stronger than you think. Remember why you're here. Embrace your fear. Don't let it consume you." With a deep, trembling breath, I focused on my fear, envisioning it as a shadow creeping toward me. As I faced it, I felt the shadows shift and morph, taking on shapes I recognized. Fears of rejection, loneliness, and insignificance. They surged forward, but instead of running, I stood my ground. "I am more than my fears," I shouted, the words echoing through the clearing. "I am strong. I will not be broken." In that moment, the shadows faltered, retreating as if repelled by my newfound conviction. The energy within me surged, vibrant and alive, pushing back against the darkness. I felt the connection to the sanctuary deepen, the very earth vibrating with my resolve. As the vision faded, I opened my eyes to find the man watching me, a look of approval on his face. "You faced your fear and emerged stronger. That's the first step." "I don't understand," I panted, still reeling from the intensity of the experience. "What's happening to me?" "You're awakening to your true potential," he said, stepping closer. "But there's still more to do. The cult will sense this change in you, and they'll come for you. We need to prepare." Suddenly, the air grew heavy with tension, and I felt a chilling breeze sweep through the clearing. The shadows began to gather at the edges, coiling like smoke. My instincts screamed that something was coming. "Get ready," the man warned, his expression shifting to one of alertness. "They've found us." Out of the shadows emerged figures cloaked in darkness, their faces obscured, only their eyes gleaming like predatory beasts. I felt my heart race as they advanced, a sense of dread washing over me. "Lena, stay close," the man commanded, his voice firm. "You can't let them take you." I clenched my fists, readying myself. The energy I had awakened surged within me, a fierce determination igniting my spirit. "What do we do?" "Stand your ground," he said, drawing a blade from his side. "Use the power within you. Remember, they can't control you if you refuse to let them." As the cultists advanced, I could feel the tension crackling in the air. My pulse quickened, and a wave of energy washed over me, filling me with a sense of purpose. "Enough!" I shouted, channeling everything I had into my voice. "You have no power over me." The ground beneath us trembled as the shadows reacted, swirling in chaotic patterns. The cultists paused, confusion flickering in their eyes. It was my chance. "Lena now," the man urged, his voice a rallying cry. With a deep breath, I focused all my energy, reaching deep within myself. I felt the shadows around me responding, shifting as I directed my will. "You will not take me," I roared, unleashing a blast of energy that exploded from my core. The force erupted, sending shockwaves through the clearing. The cultists staggered back, their expressions shifting from surprise to fear as the energy surged around us. The shadows receded, swallowed by the light I had summoned. "Keep pushing," the man shouted, his voice filled with urgency. "Don't stop." I focused again, harnessing the power within me, feeling it swell like a tidal wave. As I released it, the air crackled with energy, pushing back against the darkness that threatened to consume us. The cultists cried out, their forms blurring and distorting as my energy enveloped them. I could see their fear, their power crumbling against my will. I was no longer just a pawn. I was the force they had underestimated. With one final surge, I unleashed everything I had. The energy erupted in a blinding flash, illuminating the clearing with a radiant light. The cultists shrieked, their shadows dissipating into nothingness, banished by the light of my resolve. As the brightness faded, I collapsed to my knees, breathless and spent. The man was beside me, his expression a mixture of awe and pride. "You did it, Lena. You faced them and won," I gasped, feeling the weight of what I had just done settle around me. "I didn't do it alone," I replied, looking into his eyes. "You helped me." He smiled, a glimmer of hope shining through the shadows. "No, you found your strength. You are more powerful than you realize, and this is just the beginning." As the sun began to rise, casting warm hues across the sky, I felt a sense of renewal. The darkness that had loomed over me for so long was lifting, replaced by the knowledge that I could face whatever lay ahead. Together, we stood in the clearing, the sanctuary now a place of strength rather than fear. I was no longer just Lena. I was someone who could fight back, embrace my past, and shape my own future. As we turned to leave, I glanced back at the clearing, the echoes of my victory still resonating within me. The journey had just begun, and I was ready to face whatever challenges awaited. The shadows may return, but this time, I would be ready. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The first time I heard it, I thought it was my imagination playing tricks on me. The night was unusually quiet, the kind of stillness that wraps around you like a heavy blanket. I was tucked under my sheets, the moonlight filtering through the curtains, casting silvery patterns across my bedroom floor. Just as I was about to drift off to sleep, a faint scratching sound interrupted the silence. It was so soft I almost dismissed it, but there it was again, a quick, urgent scrape against the window pane, like the desperate claws of some unseen creature trying to get in. My heart raced as I sat up in bed, straining to listen. I peered into the darkness, my eyes scanning the window. The streetlights outside cast flickering shadows, but nothing seemed out of place. I shook my head, convincing myself it was just a branch brushing against the glass. After all, it was autumn, and the wind had a tendency to stir up the trees. I turned off my bedside lamp and lay back down, trying to shake off the unease that clung to me. But just as I began to relax, it happened again. A series of frantic scratches, followed by a soft thud. This time, I couldn't ignore it. The sound was coming from the window, and it felt as if it were beckoning me to look. My breath caught in my throat as I slowly turned my head to face the source of the noise. My heart pounded in my chest, echoing in my ears. "Hello," I whispered, the word escaping my lips like a timid confession. Silence enveloped me once more, thick and oppressive. I held my breath, waiting for a response that never came. With a trembling hand, I reached for my phone, its screen illuminating my dark room. I considered calling someone, but I knew it was late, and I didn't want to seem ridiculous. So instead, I steeled myself and got out of bed, my bare feet brushing against the cold wooden floor. As I approached the window, the scratching sound faded into silence, as if the intruder knew I was coming. I pulled back the curtain, half expecting to see a raccoon or some other small creature. But the night outside was eerily still, the street empty and devoid of life. I took a deep breath, letting the cool air wash over me. "It's nothing," I reassured myself, but my mind felt clouded with doubt. I stepped back from the window, shaking my head. Maybe I was just tired, my imagination running wild. But that night, as I lay in bed, the scratching returned, louder and more insistent. It clawed at my mind, refusing to let me sleep. I pulled the covers over my head, hoping to drown out the sound. Yet, the rhythm of scratching persisted, a steady reminder that something was not right. Each night that followed brought the same unsettling pattern. I would fall asleep, only to be jolted awake by the sound of scratching at my window. My heart raced, and I would lie there in the darkness, paralyzed by fear, convinced that something was out there, lurking just beyond my sight. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, a figment of my overactive imagination. I told myself that I was just being paranoid, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. The scratching was a call to attention, a reminder that I was not alone in the night. One evening, After another sleepless night spent tossing and turning, I finally decided to take action. I couldn't keep living in fear, letting the scratching consume my thoughts. I needed to confront whatever was causing it, even if it meant facing my deepest fears. The next night, I armed myself with a flashlight and a sense of determination. I would not let this noise haunt me any longer. As the clock struck midnight, I braced myself for the inevitable scratching. The moment it began, I was ready. With my heart racing, I flung open the curtain and aimed my flashlight at the window. "What do you want?" I shouted, my voice shaking but defiant. The beam of light sliced through the darkness, illuminating the area outside. And that's when I saw it, a dark shape lurking just beyond the glass. My breath caught in my throat as I squinted, my heart racing. Was it an animal? A person? But as I focused, the figure seemed to vanish, leaving only the empty night behind. I felt a rush of adrenaline, a mix of fear and anger. "Show yourself," I yelled, my voice echoing into the stillness. For a moment, there was only silence, the night holding its breath. Then the scratching returned, louder and more frantic than before, sending chills down my spine. I stepped back, the reality of the situation hitting me. Whatever was out there, it wanted me to acknowledge it, to engage with it. But why? The answer eluded me, swirling in my mind like the shadows outside my window. All I knew was that I couldn't let fear control me. I needed to find out what was happening, even if it meant confronting the unknown. With a renewed sense of purpose, I resolved to uncover the truth behind the scratching at my window. What was causing it? Was it a harmless creature seeking shelter? Or was it something far more sinister? Little did I know, this was only the beginning of a nightmare that would unravel the very fabric of my reality. The next morning, sunlight poured into my room, washing away the shadows of the night before. I had barely slept, my mind still racing with thoughts of the scratching. It was strange how daylight seemed to provide a false sense of security, as if the horrors of the night could be banished simply by the rising sun. After breakfast, I sat at my desk, determined to uncover the truth behind the mysterious sounds that haunted me. I opened my laptop and began researching strange occurrences in my neighborhood, hoping to find some clue that might explain what was happening. I scoured local forums, searching for reports of unusual happenings or other neighbors who might have experienced something similar. As I dug deeper, I stumbled upon a post from a few weeks prior, detailing bizarre noises that had been reported by several residents. Some spoke of whispers in the night, while others described scratching sounds like mine. The thread was filled with comments from others who had experienced odd occurrences in their homes. My heart raced as I read their accounts, realizing I wasn't alone in this. I quickly typed out a message, sharing my own experiences and asking if anyone had any insights or theories. Within minutes, responses started flooding in. Some were sympathetic, while others dismissed my concerns, suggesting that it was merely an animal or a figment of my imagination. But one reply caught my eye. A local resident named Margaret claimed she had witnessed something disturbing the previous week. "Stay vigilant," she wrote. "I saw something outside my window. It was a human. It felt wrong. I think it knows we're watching." I felt a chill creep up my spine as I read her words. The unease that had settled in my gut returned with a vengeance. What did she mean by not human? Was there something more sinister lurking in the shadows of our quiet neighborhood? That night, I decided to take a walk around my block, hoping to gather my thoughts and perhaps catch a glimpse of whatever had been scratching at my window. As I stepped outside, the familiar scent of autumn leaves filled the air, but the comforting smell did little to ease my anxiety. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and darkness enveloped the neighborhood. I walked slowly, my senses heightened, every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves making my heart race. I scanned the surroundings, looking for anything out of the ordinary. I paused in front of Margaret's house, the curtains drawn tight against the night. I remembered her post and felt an urge to knock, but the fear of what I might uncover held me back. Instead, I continued my stroll, the cool breeze whispering secrets in my ear. As I walked, I noticed a figure standing at the end of the street, partially obscured by the shadows of the trees. It was too far away to make out any details, but an unsettling sensation washed over me. It was as if the figure was watching me, waiting. My instinct told me to turn back, but curiosity pushed me forward. I approached the figure cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. Just as I got close enough to see, it seemed to dissolve into the darkness, leaving nothing but empty air behind. I hesitated, confusion swirling in my mind. Was it a trick of the light? Or had I truly seen something there? The thought sent chills down my spine. I decided to head home, my earlier bravado fading. As I reached my front porch, the air grew thick with tension. My heart raced as I recalled Margaret's warning. I quickly checked my windows, ensuring they were locked tight before retreating inside. As I lay in bed that night, the scratching returned, persistent and unsettling. I felt a mix of fear and determination, refusing to let it take control of my thoughts. I had to confront this head-on. The next morning, I decided to visit Margaret. I needed to hear her story firsthand and see if there was any connection between her experience and my own. Armed with a notepad and my curiosity, I made my way to her house. When I knocked, she opened the door cautiously, her eyes wide with surprise. "You're the one from the forum," she exclaimed. "Yes," I replied, feeling a sense of camaraderie. "I wanted to hear more about what you saw." Margaret invited me inside, and as we settled into her living room, she recounted her chilling experience. "It was late at night," she began, her voice trembling. "I was reading in bed when I heard scratching at my window. I thought it was just a raccoon at first, but when I looked, I saw a figure standing outside. It was tall and thin, with limbs that seemed too long. It wasn't right. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. What did it do? It just stood there," she continued, her eyes darting to the window as if expecting the figure to return. "And then it turned its head slowly, almost like it was looking for something or someone. I felt this overwhelming dread wash over me. I shut the curtain and didn't sleep the rest of the night." Her description mirrored my own unease. I shared my experiences, including the scratching and the strange figure I'd seen. Margaret listened intently, her expression turning grave. "I think it's watching us," she said finally. "It's trying to get in." Those words hung in the air, heavy with dread. We spent the next hour brainstorming possible explanations, urban legends, folklore, and even the idea of a ghost haunting the neighborhood. But deep down, I knew that whatever was happening was rooted in something much more terrifying. As I left Margaret's house, a sense of foreboding enveloped me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming for me. The scratching at my window was no longer just a noise. It was a harbinger of something far more sinister. That night, as I prepared for bed, I kept my lights on, determined to face whatever was out there. I took a deep breath, reminding myself that I wasn't alone in this. Margaret had seen it too, and together we would find a way to confront the darkness that lingered just beyond our windows. As the hours passed, I lay awake, listening intently. The wind whispered through the trees outside, and for a moment, I thought I heard my name carried on the breeze. Then, without warning, the scratching began again, more urgent than ever. It was time to find answers. The following day, I awoke with a sense of urgency, the scratching still echoing in my mind. I couldn't ignore it any longer. I had to confront the mystery that loomed over my life like a dark cloud. Margaret's story had ignited something within me, and I felt a determination to unravel the truth. After breakfast, I grabbed my notebook and set out for the local library. It was time to dig deeper into the history of our neighborhood, to uncover any past incidents that might shed light on the haunting presence that seemed to have taken root in our lives. The library was quiet, a comforting stillness enveloping me as I settled at a table stacked with dusty old books. I began searching through local history texts and newspaper archives, hoping to find mentions of strange occurrences, disappearances, or anything out of the ordinary. Hours passed, the sun filtering through the windows and casting shadows that danced along the walls. Finally, I stumbled upon an article from 50 years ago. The headline read, "Mysterious disappearances plague neighborhood." My heart raced as I read the details of several residents who had vanished without a trace, their families left in despair. The article hinted at a dark history, a pattern of disappearances that occurred every few decades, always accompanied by strange sounds reported by neighbors. Could the scratching at my window be connected to these disappearances? I felt a shiver run down my spine as I read further. The last disappearance mentioned in the article occurred in the early 1970s, and the residents had reported similar eerie scratching sounds leading up to the events. I spent the next few hours compiling notes, determined to find any additional connections. When I finally left the library, the sun had dipped low in the sky, casting an orange glow over the horizon. A sense of dread washed over me as I made my way home, my mind racing with the implications of what I had discovered. Upon arriving home, I quickly typed up my notes and sent them to Margaret, hoping to share my findings. As I waited for her response, I felt a sense of urgency building within me. I needed to confront whatever was out there. That evening, I decided to investigate the area around my house, armed with a flashlight and my notebook. I ventured into the backyard, where shadows loomed in the corners, and the air felt thick with tension. As I shone my flashlight around, my heart pounded in my chest. I felt as if I was being watched. Suddenly, the scratching returned, this time louder and more frantic than before. I turned sharply, my flashlight illuminating the trees bordering my property. "Show yourself," I shouted into the darkness, my voice echoing through the stillness. Silence enveloped me, the only sound my own breath quickening with fear. But then, from the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of movement. I swung my flashlight in that direction, but there was nothing there, just shadows playing tricks on my mind. The scratching grew louder, and in that moment, I realized it was coming from the side of the house. I hesitated, fear creeping into my bones, but curiosity pushed me forward. As I approached, I felt an unshakable sense of dread, as if I was about to uncover something I wasn't ready to face. I reached the wall, the scratching now echoing around me. With a deep breath, I knelt down and shone my flashlight at the ground. The dirt was disturbed, as if something had been clawing its way up from beneath. My heart raced as I recognized the potential for what lay buried just below the surface. A sudden noise behind me made me jump, and I turned to find Margaret standing at the edge of my yard, her face pale and eyes wide with fear. "I got your message," she gasped. I felt like I had to come. I nodded, my throat dry. "I'm glad you're here. I think something is buried here." We knelt together, shining our flashlights at the disturbed earth. "What do you think it is?" she asked, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I replied, my pulse quickening. "But we need to find out." With trembling hands, we began to dig, clearing the dirt away until we uncovered a small, weathered box. It was old, the wood splintered and covered in layers of grime. My heart raced as we unearthed it, the scratching now replaced by an eerie silence that hung heavy in the air. "What is it?" Margaret whispered, leaning closer. I took a deep breath, brushing off the dirt. The box was locked tight, but it looked ancient. I felt a strange pull toward it, as if it were beckoning me to open it. "Let's see if we can get it open," I said, my voice steady despite the storm of emotions within. I rummaged through my pockets, pulling out a small screwdriver I had stashed there earlier. I worked at the lock, my heart pounding in anticipation. Each turn of the screwdriver felt like a countdown to something monumental. Finally, with a loud click, the lock gave way, and the lid creaked open. The scent of musty paper wafted into the air, and I felt a chill run down my spine. Inside were a collection of old photographs, yellowed with age, and a stack of letters tied with a faded ribbon. "What did you find?" Margaret leaned closer, her curiosity palpable. I carefully pulled out the first photograph, revealing a group of smiling faces. They looked familiar somehow, but I couldn't quite place them. I flipped it over, and written in delicate handwriting was a date, 1972. "That's the year of the last disappearance," I whispered, my heart racing. I continued to sift through the box, pulling out the letters. As I began to read, I felt the weight of their contents press heavily on my chest. The letters detailed the fears of a family, describing their neighbor who had gone missing, and how strange sounds had filled their nights leading up to the disappearance. Margaret looked over my shoulder, her face pale. This is terrifying," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Suddenly, a noise interrupted our reading, a low, guttural growl resonated from the darkness beyond the trees. We froze, the air thick with dread as the scratching began anew, more frantic than ever. "What was that?" Margaret gasped, gripping my arm tightly. "I don't know," I admitted, panic coursing through me. "But we need to get inside now." We quickly packed the box and letters, a sense of urgency propelling us forward as we made our way back to my house. The scratching seemed to follow us, echoing in the night, a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond our walls. Once inside, I locked the door and turned to Margaret, both of us breathing heavily. "We have to figure out what this means," I said, my voice trembling. She nodded, fear etched on her face. "We need to warn the others. This isn't just happening to us." As we gathered our thoughts, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been unleashed that night was far from over. The scratching continued, a relentless reminder of the darkness that had invaded our lives, and the unsettling truth that lay buried just beneath the surface. The atmosphere in my house felt charged with tension, an electric hum that filled the air. As Margaret and I sat surrounded by the contents of the mysterious box, the scratching grew louder, a steady rhythm that seemed to echo our rising anxiety. "What do you think it wants?" Margaret asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," I replied, running a hand through my hair in frustration. "But it's like it's trying to get our attention. Maybe it's connected to these letters. We need to figure out who this family was and what really happened to them." The letters had spoken of a neighbor named Mrs. Clara Dunn, a reclusive woman who had lived next door to the family that wrote them. As I recalled the details, I felt a pang of recognition. Clara had been mentioned in the local gossip, a woman who had been shunned by the community after her husband vanished under mysterious circumstances. "Maybe she knows something," I suggested, feeling a surge of determination. "If we can find her, perhaps she can help us understand what's going on." Margaret looked skeptical, but she's been gone for years. What if she's not even alive anymore? I bit my lip considering her words, but something deep within me felt compelled to seek out Clara. "We have to try. We need to know what we're dealing with." As night fell, I gathered my courage. I grabbed the box and letters, feeling a sense of urgency building within me. "Let's go to her old house. It's just down the street." We stepped outside, the cool air wrapping around us like a shroud. The neighborhood felt different in the darkness, the shadows stretching and twisting as if alive. I glanced at Margaret, who looked apprehensive but determined. "Are you ready for this?" I asked, my voice low. She nodded, gripping my arm tightly as we made our way down the street. The scratching had faded, replaced by an eerie stillness that settled over the neighborhood. With each step, I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, the stories of those who had come before whispering through the wind. Clara's old house loomed ahead, a dilapidated structure with overgrown weeds and peeling paint. The windows were dark, but I could almost sense the remnants of lives lived within those walls. As we approached, I felt a chill run down my spine, a sense of foreboding that was hard to shake. We stepped onto the porch, the wood creaking beneath our weight. I hesitated for a moment, feeling a strange connection to the past. Then, gathering my courage, I knocked on the door. Silence answered, and I knocked again, louder this time. My heart raced as I glanced at Margaret. What if no one is home? Before she could respond, the door creaked open, revealing a darkened interior. "Hello," I called hesitantly. "Is anyone there?" Nothing but silence responded. Margaret peered inside, her brow furrowed. "It looks abandoned," she murmured. As I stepped forward, I noticed something glinting in the dim light, a key hanging from a rusted hook beside the door. I reached out, hesitating for a moment before taking it. "This could be a sign," I whispered, feeling a surge of adrenaline. "Maybe we're meant to go in." With the key in hand, I pushed the door open wider, the hinges creaking in protest. The air inside was stale, filled with the scent of dust and decay. We stepped into the living room, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The room was filled with old furniture draped in white sheets, as if the house had been frozen in time. "It's like nobody's been here in years," Margaret said, her voice tinged with awe. I moved deeper into the house, feeling a strange pull toward the back room. It was the only place that seemed untouched by time. As we approached, I noticed the door was slightly ajar. "Should we?" Margaret asked, hesitating at the threshold. I nodded, heart pounding in my chest. "We have to see what's inside." I pushed the door open, and it swung wide to reveal a small study filled with stacks of old books and papers. The walls were lined with photographs, the faces of smiling people staring back at us. Among them, I spotted a familiar face, Mrs. Clara Dunn. "She looks different here," I said, studying the photograph closely. In this picture, Clara appeared vibrant, full of life, surrounded by family. I felt a pang of sadness wash over me, knowing how she had become a ghost in her own neighborhood. As I examined the photographs, I noticed a box in the corner, similar to the one we had found. It looked untouched by time, and I felt drawn to it. "Margaret, look at this," I called, pulling it closer. I opened it, revealing an assortment of letters, each one carefully preserved. I began to read the top letter, and my heart sank. It was addressed to the family that had written the letters we found, detailing Clara's fears about something dark lurking in the neighborhood. "Clara was terrified," I murmured, my voice shaking. "She wrote about the scratching sounds too. She believed it was a warning." Margaret's eyes widened. "A warning about what?" Before I could respond, a sudden noise echoed from behind us, the unmistakable sound of scratching. We froze, our hearts racing as the noise intensified. "It's back," Margaret whispered, panic creeping into her voice. I turned, feeling a mix of fear and determination. "We need to confront it. Whatever it is, we can't let it control us." We stepped back into the hallway, the scratching growing louder, reverberating off the walls. I felt the air grow heavy, thick with anticipation. "Is it coming from the basement?" Margaret asked, her eyes wide with fear. I nodded, knowing that was where we needed to go. "We have to face this together." As we made our way down the stairs to the basement, the scratching reached a fever pitch. I gripped the railing tightly, my pulse quickening with every step. The basement door creaked open, revealing a dark space filled with shadows. The scratching was now accompanied by low growls, a sound that sent chills down my spine. I took a deep breath and flicked on my flashlight, illuminating the space. My heart dropped at the sight before me. In the corner of the room, something was moving, an indistinct shape, shrouded in darkness. I felt the air grow colder, the atmosphere thickening with dread. "Who's there?" I called, my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. The shape paused, and I felt a surge of adrenaline. We needed to confront this presence, to understand what it wanted. And then, to my horror, the scratching stopped. A low, guttural voice filled the room, resonating through the air as if it were coming from the shadows themselves. "You shouldn't have come here," it growled, sending a wave of terror through me. I exchanged a terrified glance with Margaret, and in that moment, we knew we had crossed a line. The dark history of our neighborhood was not just a story. It was a reality that had come to life, and we were caught in its grip. The air crackled with an otherworldly energy, and the voice echoed ominously in the dim basement. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead, and for a brief moment, I contemplated turning and running. But as I looked at Margaret, her expression filled with both fear and resolve, I knew that there was no turning back. "What do you want?" I managed to say, my voice shaky but firm. The shadows shifted, and the shape drew closer, revealing more of its form. A dark silhouette with no discernible features, as if it were a living shadow. "Your curiosity will be your undoing," the voice warned, sending shivers down my spine. "You tread on ground better left undisturbed." I glanced at Margaret, who was gripping my arm tightly, her knuckles white. "We need to leave," she whispered urgently. "No," I replied, my determination stealing. "We can't let fear guide us. We need answers." With that, I took a step forward, my heart racing. "Who are you? What do you want from us?" The shadow paused, as if weighing my words. "I am a remnant, a guardian of the truth buried here," it said, its voice low and resonant. "Many have come seeking answers, but few have left with their sanity intact." Margaret shivered beside me, but I pressed on. "What truth? What happened here?" The shadow seemed to hesitate, the oppressive atmosphere thickening. There are stories buried in this place, whispers of betrayal and sorrow. The family you seek knew too much. They were not the first to uncover the darkness that lies beneath. As it spoke, I felt the air around us change. Images flashed before my eyes, glimpses of a family caught in a web of fear, of Clara Dunn standing at the edge of her yard, staring into the woods with wide, frightened eyes. They hid their knowledge, but it was not enough to protect them. The shadow continued, its voice carrying a sorrowful weight. They thought they could escape, but the past is relentless. It will claw its way back to the surface. What do you mean? I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. What happened to Clara? What did she know? The shadow seemed to swell, its form shifting as if caught in a gust of wind. The forest holds the answers you seek, but it is a place of darkness and danger. Only those with courage can navigate its depths and uncover the truth. Margaret's grip on my arm tightened further. This is insane. We should get out of here. I shook my head, torn between the urge to flee and the need to understand. If we leave now, we may never have another chance. We need to know what happened. The shadow swirled, a dark mist coiling around us. The choice is yours, but heed my warning. Some truths are better left buried. With that, the shadow receded, dissipating into the air like smoke. I felt a rush of adrenaline and dread as the basement fell silent, leaving us standing in the darkness, uncertain of what to do next. What just happened? Margaret whispered, her voice trembling. I don't know, I admitted, my heart pounding. But we have to find out more about Clara and the family. We can't ignore this. Reluctantly, I led Margaret back up the stairs, the tension still thick in the air. As we stepped into the living room, I glanced back at the basement door, knowing that whatever lay down there was only a fraction of the mystery we had uncovered. We decided to return home and regroup. There was too much at stake, and I needed to process what we had just experienced. Once inside, I rummaged through the letters and photographs we had collected. As I spread them out on the dining room table, I felt a spark of inspiration. We need to visit the library tomorrow, I said, flipping through the papers. Maybe we can find more about the Dunn family and the history of this neighborhood. Margaret nodded, her earlier fear now mingling with curiosity. And we should look into the local legends too. There must be something about the forest. As night settled around us, I felt the weight of history pressing down on my shoulders. We were digging into something far deeper than I had ever anticipated. Just then, the scratching returned, echoing through the stillness of my house. My heart raced, and I exchanged a glance with Margaret. It's back, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Let's check it out, I replied, steeling my resolve. We can't hide from it. We moved cautiously toward the sound, which seemed to be coming from the window in the living room. I reached for the curtain, pulling it back slowly, and my breath caught in my throat. Outside, in the moonlight, a figure stood just beyond the edge of the yard, a woman dressed in white, her hair flowing around her like a shroud. It was Clara Dunn. Help me, she mouthed, her voice lost to the wind. Fear and disbelief coursed through me. I glanced at Margaret, whose eyes were wide with shock. What do we do? She asked, panic rising in her voice. We have to go out there, I said, my heart pounding. As we stepped outside, I felt a surge of courage mixed with terror. The figure remained just beyond the tree lean, a ghostly apparition beckoning us forward. We hesitated for only a moment before stepping into the cool night air, drawn toward Clara as if caught in her ethereal grasp. Each step felt heavy, as if the ground were trying to hold us back, but I pushed through the fear, determined to uncover the truth. As we approached the edge of the woods, Clara's figure vanished into the darkness. I felt a pang of disappointment and urgency. Where did she go? Margaret asked, scanning the area. I don't know, I said, scanning the trees. But we can't let this opportunity slip away. Together, we stepped into the shadows, the forest closing in around us as we ventured deeper, unaware of the dangers that lay ahead. The dense canopy of trees swallowed us as we stepped deeper into the forest, the sound of our footsteps muffled by the soft earth beneath. A chill hung in the air, and even though it was night, it felt unnaturally cold. The whispering wind, ever present, seemed louder here, as though it carried secrets from long ago, urging us forward. I led the way, flashlight in hand, the beam cutting through the darkness, but revealing little beyond the immediate path ahead. Margaret followed closely, her breath shallow and quick. The silence between us felt heavy, the weight of what we had seen pressing down on both of us. "Do you think we'll find her again?" Margaret asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I didn't know how to answer. Clara Dunn's ghostly figure had been so real, yet so fleeting, that it felt like chasing a mirage. But something deep inside told me we couldn't turn back. Not now. The forest grew darker as we ventured farther from the house. The trees towered over us, their branches twisting together like gnarled fingers, blocking out even the dim light of the moon. Every now and then, I thought I heard faint footsteps behind us, only to turn and find nothing but the shadows. "Do you hear that?" Margaret asked, stopping suddenly. Her eyes darted around the trees, her hands trembling. I paused, straining my ears. The wind rustled the leaves, and there was something else, low, barely perceptible, like a distant murmur. It sent a chill up my spine. "Yeah," I replied, gripping the flashlight tighter. "Let's keep moving." As we pressed on, the whispers grew louder. They seemed to be coming from all around us, as if the trees themselves were speaking, their voices carried on the wind. I couldn't make out any words, but the tone was unmistakably eerie, like a warning we couldn't ignore. Ahead of us, the path began to narrow, the underbrush thickening. I pushed aside branches and vines, my heart racing with every step. The farther we went, the more I felt like we were being watched, eyes peering out from the shadows, tracking our every move. Then, out of nowhere, the whisper stopped. The silence was deafening, the absence of sound almost more unnerving than the noise had been. "I don't like this," Margaret muttered, her voice shaky. "It feels like we're walking into a trap." I didn't want to admit it, but she was right. The air was heavy with tension, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. But turning back now didn't feel like an option. We had come too far, and there were answers waiting for us in the heart of this dark place. Suddenly, the ground beneath our feet shifted. Margaret let out a yelp as she stumbled, and I reached out to steady her. The earth felt soft, almost unstable, and a strange smell wafted through the air, damp, musty, and decaying. "What is that?" Margaret asked, her nose wrinkling in disgust. I shone the flashlight around, trying to pinpoint the source of the smell. That's when I saw it. A small, disturbed patch of earth just a few feet ahead, like something had been recently buried there. "Look," I said, pointing to the ground. Margaret's eyes widened as she followed my gaze. "Do you think that's where?" "I don't know," I replied, my heart pounding, "but we need to check it out." We approached the mound cautiously, the air around us growing colder with every step. I crouched down and brushed away some of the loose dirt, revealing what looked like an old, rusted metal box. My breath caught in my throat. "Help me with this," I said, and Margaret knelt beside me. Together, we dug into the earth with our hands, pulling away dirt and leaves until the box was fully exposed. It was small, no bigger than a shoebox, and covered in grime. I wiped away as much of the dirt as I could and tugged at the latch. It didn't budge. "Let me try," Margaret said, taking over. She fumbled with the latch for a moment before, with a sharp click, it gave way. My heart raced as we slowly lifted the lid. Inside, wrapped in a faded, yellowed cloth, was a book, old and worn, with pages that looked as if they had been soaked and dried out too many times to count. Margaret's eyes widened. "Is that?" "It looks like a diary," I said, pulling it out carefully. The cover was cracked and faded, but the initials CD were faintly visible in the corner. "Clara Dunn. This must have been hers," I whispered, my fingers trembling as I opened the fragile book. The pages were filled with Clara's handwriting, the ink smudged and faded in places. It looked like she had written in a frantic, hurried style, as if documenting something urgent, something terrifying. "I can't believe this," Margaret said, leaning closer to get a better look. "This is her diary. Maybe this will tell us what happened to her." I nodded, flipping through the pages. The entries were erratic, disjointed, But one thing was clear. Clara had been deeply afraid of something in the forest. Her words spoke of strange noises, shadowy figures, and a sense of being watched. She wrote about the scratching at her window every night, and how it grew worse with each passing day. She knew, I whispered. She knew there was something out here, but as I reached the last few pages, my heart sank. The final entry was incomplete, the writing trailing off mid-sentence. It was as if Clara had been interrupted while writing, pulled away before she could finish. What does it say? Margaret asked, her voice filled with both fear and curiosity. I read aloud, my voice shaky. They're coming for me. I can hear them now, scratching at the door. I can't run anymore. I don't know if anyone will find this, but if they do, I paused, swallowing hard. If they do, tell them not to come looking for me. The forest knows. The forest. The sentence ended there, abruptly. Margaret stared at me, her face pale. What do we do now? I didn't know what to say. The diary had given us more questions than answers. But one thing was clear. Clara had known something dark and dangerous was lurking in this forest, and whatever it was, it had taken her. Suddenly, the whispering wind returned, louder and more urgent than before. The trees seemed to sway and creak, and I felt the ground beneath us tremble ever so slightly. We need to go, I said, closing the diary and tucking it under my arm. Now. Margaret didn't argue. We turned and began to make our way back through the forest, the wind howling in our ears. The shadows seemed to shift and move around us, and for the first time, I wondered if we would make it out of this forest at all. But even as we hurried through the trees, I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest wasn't done with us yet. The atmosphere in the forest felt heavier with each step we took. The wind continued to howl, echoing through the trees like a chorus of lost souls. I clutched Clara's diary tightly, as if it were a talisman that could ward off the darkness closing in around us. Did you hear that? Margaret asked suddenly, stopping in her tracks. I paused, my heart racing. What? It sounded like whispering, she replied, her eyes darting nervously from tree to tree. I strained to listen, but all I could hear was the wind and the rustling leaves. It's probably just the wind, I said, though I could feel the unease creeping back into my bones. No, it sounded like voices, Margaret insisted, her face pale. I swear I heard someone talking. I forced a chuckle, trying to lighten the mood. Maybe it's just Clara trying to communicate with us from beyond. But deep down, I wasn't sure if that was a joke or a possibility. As we resumed our trek, I could feel the energy in the forest shift, as if the trees were aware of our presence and the secrets we carried with us. The path ahead twisted and turned, and it seemed like the deeper we went, the more disoriented I became. Finally, we emerged into a small clearing bathed in pale moonlight. I could see the ground was littered with fallen leaves, creating a colorful carpet beneath our feet. The light seemed to cast eerie shadows that danced around us. Let's take a moment, I said, trying to steady my racing heart. We can catch our breath and figure out where to go next. Margaret nodded, but her gaze remained fixed on the edge of the clearing. What's that? She asked, pointing to something in the distance. I squinted, trying to discern what she was pointing at. Just beyond the trees, I could see a small structure, an old shed or a cabin, barely visible among the foliage. Its silhouette was dark and foreboding, but it felt strangely inviting amidst the chaos of the forest. Do you think we should check it out? I asked, curiosity piquing despite the sense of foreboding in the air. I don't know, Margaret hesitated, biting her lip. What if it's dangerous? We won't know unless we look, I replied. We might find something that helps us understand what's going on here. After a moment of silence, Margaret nodded reluctantly. We made our way toward the structure, the ground crunching beneath our feet as we approached. The closer we got, the more I could see the details. The wood was rotting, paint peeling, and the windows were clouded with grime. Be careful, I whispered as we stepped up to the door, which hung slightly ajar. I pushed it open slowly, the creaking sound echoing eerily in the stillness. Inside, the air was stale and thick, carrying the scent of mold and decay. Dust danced in the beam of my flashlight, and I scanned the room for any signs of life or death. The dim light illuminated old furniture covered in white sheets, giving the room an abandoned feel. "Do you think anyone's been here recently?" Margaret whispered, her voice barely audible. "I don't know," I replied, "but let's take a look around." We moved cautiously through the room, pushing aside the sheets to reveal broken chairs and a rickety table. A few old boxes lined the walls, their contents long forgotten. As I rummaged through one of the boxes, I felt a chill run down my spine. "Look at this," I said, pulling out a collection of faded photographs. They were black and white, the edges worn and frayed. I held them up to the light, revealing faces I didn't recognize. Margaret leaned closer, her curiosity piqued. "Who are they?" I flipped through the stack, feeling a growing sense of unease. There were pictures of people in old-fashioned clothing, standing in front of what looked like this very cabin. They were smiling, but their eyes seemed hollow, devoid of any warmth. "Maybe they're the previous owners?" I suggested, though it didn't quell the growing sense of dread in my gut. Suddenly, Margaret gasped, causing me to jump. "What is it?" "Look at this one," she said, pointing to a photograph that had slipped from my hand. I bent down to retrieve it, my breath catching in my throat. The picture depicted a group of people gathered outside the cabin, but one figure stood out among the rest. A woman with dark hair and piercing eyes, her expression serious and intense. "That looks like Clara," I said, my heart racing. "But how is that possible?" Margaret took the photo from me, her hands trembling. "It can't be, can it?" I felt a surge of fear mixed with determination. "We need to find out who she was with." I flipped over the photograph, hoping for a date or a name, but there was nothing. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from outside, making us both jump. The sound seemed to come from the forest, shattering the eerie silence. "What was that?" Margaret whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "I don't know, but we should check it out," I said, glancing at the door. My instinct screamed at me to leave the cabin, but curiosity tugged at me to stay and uncover the truth. As we stood there, debating our next move, the wind picked up, howling through the trees and rattling the old structure. It felt as if the forest itself was alive, warning us to turn back while we still could. We exchanged a glance, and I knew we had to decide quickly. "Let's go see what it was," I said, stepping toward the door. Margaret hesitated for a moment longer, but then nodded, her determination matching mine. We pushed through the door and stepped out into the night, the chill in the air biting at our skin. The forest was darker than before, shadows flickering like ghosts. We made our way cautiously back toward the noise, each step heavier with anticipation and fear. "What do you think is out here?" Margaret asked, her voice quivering. "I don't know," I admitted, "but we're going to find out." As we ventured deeper into the woods, the scratching sound returned, echoing through the trees, growing louder and more insistent. The noise was different now, almost rhythmic, as if something or someone was calling out to us. "What is that?" Margaret gasped, clutching my arm tightly. "I think it's coming from over there," I said, pointing toward a cluster of trees ahead. We moved forward, our hearts pounding in unison. The wind whispered in our ears, carrying with it the voices of the past, urging us onward. Whatever we were about to discover, it felt like the culmination of everything we had experienced, the shadows of the past converging with our present. As we stepped into the clearing, I felt a sense of foreboding wash over me. The sound intensified, now unmistakably coming from a large tree with twisted roots and gnarled branches. Something was beneath it, and whatever it was trying to break free. I looked at Margaret, who was frozen in place, eyes wide with terror. "We have to see what's down there," I said, my voice steady despite the rising dread. We approached the tree cautiously, and as we got closer, the scratching turned into frantic scrapes, like something desperate to escape. My heart raced as I knelt down, brushing away the leaves and dirt at the base of the tree. As I dug deeper, I felt the earth give way, revealing a small, wooden box half buried in the ground. The lid was cracked, as if it had been forced open before, and the air around it felt electric with anticipation. I glanced at Margaret, her face a mixture of fear and determination. "Help me with this," I said, and together we pulled the box free, exposing it to the moonlight. The moment I opened the lid, a gust of wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing my flashlight's beam and plunging us into darkness. "Liam!" Margaret screamed, panic rising in her voice. I fumbled for my flashlight, my heart pounding as I fought to calm my racing thoughts. The box had revealed its contents, but in that moment of darkness, I couldn't see what lay within. "Stay close," I shouted, my voice echoing in the night. The wind howled around us, and for a split second, I felt as if the forest itself was closing in, hiding secrets I wasn't ready to face. As I finally managed to switch on my flashlight, I turned to the box, the beam illuminating its interior. My breath caught as I looked inside. Laying there, among the dirt and debris, was an old locket. Its surface was tarnished and scratched, but it glimmered in the faint light. As I picked it up, I felt a rush of energy coursing through me. "Liam, what is it?" Margaret whispered, peering over my shoulder. "It's a locket," I said, turning it over in my hands. "There's something inside." I gently opened it, revealing a faded photograph of a woman, Clara, smiling softly, her eyes full of life. But as I examined it closer, I noticed something that sent a chill down my spine. Behind Clara was a shadowy figure, barely discernible but unmistakably present. "What the hell is that?" Margaret breathed, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I replied, my pulse quickening, "but I think it's connected to whatever is happening here." Before I could say another word, a loud cracking sound echoed through the clearing. The ground shook beneath us, and I felt a sense of urgency surge through me. "We have to go now," I shouted, stuffing the locket into my pocket. We turned to run, but before we could take a step, the shadows around us began to shift, coalescing into dark shapes that loomed over us. The wind picked up, swirling in a frenzy, and I could hear the whispers return, louder than ever, filling the air with a cacophony of voices. "Liam, what's happening?" Margaret screamed, fear evident in her voice. "I don't know," I shouted back, adrenaline pumping through my veins. The shapes moved closer, and I could make out figures, distorted and ghastly, their features hidden in the shadows. They reached for us, their whispers growing louder, blending into a frenzied chorus. I grabbed Margaret's hand, pulling her toward the tree line. "We have to get out of here." As we broke into a sprint, the shadows surged after us, their whispers echoing in our ears. I could feel their cold breath against my skin, urging me to slow down, to stop. But I pushed through the fear, driven by an instinct to survive. "Don't look back," I shouted, forcing myself to keep my eyes on the path ahead. The trees blurred past us, their trunks becoming a dark tunnel of shadows as we raced toward the edge of the forest. Just when I thought we'd escaped, a figure darted in front of us, blocking our path. I skidded to a halt, nearly colliding with Margaret as I raised my flashlight, illuminating the face of a man, his eyes hollow, his expression twisted in anguish. "Help me," he cried, reaching out toward us, his voice barely audible above the chaos. "Who are you?" I shouted, fear and confusion flooding my mind. "I'm trapped here. You have to help me." The man's desperation was palpable, but there was something unsettling about him. His presence felt like a warning, a reminder of the danger lurking in the shadows. "Run," I yelled, dragging Margaret past him, the weight of his gaze following us as we raced toward the edge of the forest. The whispers intensified, becoming a deafening roar as we burst through the trees, the moonlight illuminating our path. We stumbled into the open, gasping for breath, our hearts racing. "Did you see him?" Margaret panted, her eyes wide with terror. "Yes," I replied, glancing back at the forest, still alive with movement and sound. "But we can't go back. We need to get to the house." We turned and ran, the night air filling our lungs as we pushed ourselves forward. The forest receded behind us, its dark secrets hidden among the trees, but I knew we hadn't escaped its grasp. Whatever force had been watching us was still there, lingering just out of sight. As we reached the clearing where our house stood, I felt a strange mix of relief and dread wash over me. The shadows of the forest still clung to us, whispering their warnings. and Clara's diary felt heavier in my pocket. "What now?" Margaret asked, glancing back at the woods. "What do we do with what we found?" I looked at her, my mind racing with possibilities. "We need to figure out how to stop whatever is haunting this place. We can't let it take anyone else." With determination settling over us, we stepped inside the house, closing the door behind us. The warmth of the interior felt like a cocoon, but I knew the danger was far from over. The secrets of the forest were alive, and they wouldn't rest until they had their due. As I stepped into the familiar embrace of my home, the tension of the forest seemed to cling to my skin. The air felt thick, almost suffocating, and I could sense that whatever had been unleashed in the woods was not finished with us yet. Margaret stood by the door, her eyes wide with fear. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. I turned to her, my heart racing. "We need to understand what we're dealing with. Clara's diary mentioned something about a curse or a haunting. We need to find more information." We moved into the living room, the shadows of the night still clinging to us. I pulled Clara's diary from my backpack and spread it open on the coffee table, the worn pages flipping slightly as if stirred by an unseen breeze. "Let's see if there's anything we missed," I said, scanning the entries for clues that could help us unravel the mystery. Margaret leaned closer, her breath hitching as she read aloud. "The whispers in the wind carry secrets of those who once lived here. Beware the shadows that seek to reclaim what was lost." I could feel a chill run down my spine. What does that even mean? "I think it means we're not just dealing with memories or ghosts," Margaret said slowly, her eyes narrowing. "It sounds like something is tied to this place, something that wants to hold on to us." I flipped through the pages, searching for anything that might indicate how to break whatever hold this entity had over the land. Finally, I found a passage that stood out. "The cycle must be broken. To find peace, one must confront the past, unearthing the buried truths that bind the living to the dead." "What does that mean?" Margaret asked, her brow furrowed. "It means we have to face whatever it is that's hiding here, whatever is tied to Clara's past," I replied, my heart heavy with the weight of those words. "But how do we do that?" Margaret's voice quivered, uncertainty etching itself on her face. "We have to return to the clearing," I said, the words spilling from my mouth before I could fully think them through. "If the whispers are tied to the trees, we need to confront them head on. Maybe there's something else there, something we need to discover." Margaret nodded slowly, though the fear in her eyes was palpable. "I'm with you, but we have to be careful. Whatever we encountered in the forest was dangerous." I took a deep breath, trying to summon the courage I needed. "We can do this together. We're not alone." As the last rays of sunlight slipped beneath the horizon, we prepared ourselves for what lay ahead. We grabbed our flashlights, Clara's diary, and the locket I'd found in the woods. The air felt charged with an electric tension as we stepped back outside, the darkening sky overhead pressing in on us. The journey back to the clearing felt longer than before. Each rustle of leaves, each whisper of wind felt amplified in the silence of the night. My heart raced, but I pushed aside my fear, focusing on the task at hand. As we reached the edge of the forest, the whispers grew louder, echoing around us like a haunting melody. "It's just the wind," I reassured myself, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. We stepped into the clearing, the moonlight illuminating the scene before us. The tree stood like a sentinel, its twisted roots reaching into the earth as if grasping for something long lost. "Are you ready?" I asked Margaret, trying to gauge her confidence. She nodded, though her face betrayed her fear. "Let's do this." We approached the tree, and I could feel the energy pulsing in the air, the whispers intensifying around us. I took a deep breath and knelt down, placing the locket beside the box we had unearthed earlier. "Clara," I called out, my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. "We're here to help you. We want to understand what happened." For a moment, the wind seemed to calm, as if holding its breath. The shadows flickered, and I could feel the weight of 1,000 unseen eyes watching us. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, stepping into the moonlight. It was the same man we had seen in the clearing earlier, his features twisted with anguish. "You shouldn't have come back," he rasped, his voice gravelly and broken. You don't understand what you're dealing with. Who are you? I demanded, standing my ground despite the fear clawing at my insides. What happened to Clara? I am the guardian of this place, he said, his eyes glinting with a mixture of sadness and rage. I was bound to protect her, but the shadows grew stronger, and I could do nothing. What shadows? Margaret asked, her voice trembling. The shadows of the past, he replied, gesturing toward the tree. They hunger for the souls of the living, seeking to reclaim what was taken from them. Clara was a part of this. Her life, her memories, all intertwined with the darkness that dwells here. What do we need to do? I asked, my heart racing as I realized the gravity of the situation. To break the cycle, you must confront the darkness that has taken hold, he said, his voice low and foreboding. You must face Clara's past and uncover the truth of what happened to her. The wind picked up again, swirling around us as the shadows deepened. Are you willing to face the consequences of your actions? He asked, his eyes boring into mine. Yes, I replied, determination surging within me. I'll do whatever it takes to help Clara. The man nodded slowly, the shadows behind him writhing like serpents. Then prepare yourself. The truth will reveal itself. But be warned, the darkness does not take kindly to those who seek to unearth its secrets. As he spoke, the ground beneath our feet trembled, and the whispers rose to a deafening crescendo. I felt the weight of history pressing in on us, the shadows shifting and swirling, revealing glimpses of the past, moments of joy intertwined with sorrow. Remember, the truth is not always what you expect, he warned, stepping back into the darkness as if the shadows were reclaiming him. I looked at Margaret, who was pale and shaken. We can't turn back now, I said, my voice steady. We have to face whatever lies ahead. Together, we stepped closer to the tree, the air thick with anticipation. As I placed my hand against the rough bark, I felt a pulse, a heartbeat that resonated with my own. Show us the truth, I whispered, feeling a strange connection to the tree, as if it were alive and aware. In that moment, the world around us shifted, and the shadows surged forward, engulfing us in darkness. I felt a rush of wind whip through the clearing, and suddenly, we were no longer standing in the clearing, but in a different time, a different reality. The darkness enveloped us, the weight of it pressing against my chest like a physical force. I felt Margaret's hand gripping mine tightly, her breath quickening in response to the disorienting shift. I struggled to regain my bearings as the surroundings began to morph and reshape into something unrecognizable. As the shadows began to recede, I found myself in a sun-drenched clearing, vibrant with colors that felt too alive to be real. The sounds of laughter echoed around us, drawing my attention to a group of children playing nearby. They danced and played in the tall grass, their voices ringing with joy, but I felt an unsettling chill running down my spine. Where are we? Margaret whispered, looking around in disbelief. I think this is Clara's past, I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. The realization hit me like a wave, and I felt a strange mixture of fear and determination. We have to find her. We moved cautiously, weaving through the children, who seemed unaware of our presence. Their laughter echoed around us, filling the air with a bittersweet melody that tugged at my heartstrings. As we stepped closer to the center of the clearing, I noticed a young girl with long, dark hair sitting alone under a large oak tree. She appeared to be lost in thought, her expression distant and melancholic. Clara, I called out hesitantly, stepping forward. The girl looked up, her bright eyes meeting mine, and for a moment, the world around us faded into silence. There was a flicker of recognition in her gaze, and I felt a connection, a bond that transcended time. What are you doing here? She asked, her voice soft yet tinged with a sadness I couldn't quite place. You shouldn't be in this place. We're here to help you, I replied, taking another step forward. We need to understand what happened to you. Can you tell us? Clara's expression shifted, her eyes darkening, as if the weight of her memories pressed heavily on her small frame. I can't. It hurts to remember. Please, Margaret urged, stepping forward as well. You're not alone anymore. We're here to listen. The girl hesitated, the tension in her small frame palpable. It was so long ago. They never understood, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. They thought I was just playing pretend, but it was real. I was afraid. Who were you afraid of? I pressed gently, desperate to pull the truth from her. Of them, Clara said, her voice trembling. The shadows. They were always watching, waiting for me to slip away. As she spoke, the laughter of the children faded into a haunting echo, replaced by the whispers of the shadows that I had come to know so well. The vibrant colors of the scene around us began to dull, casting a gray pallor over everything. I felt a chill creep up my spine, and the air grew heavy with dread. Clara, you need to confront what happened, I urged, my heart racing. You need to face the shadows that have haunted you. I can't, Clara cried, tears welling in her eyes. They'll take me if I do. They want to keep me here forever. No one can take you, Clara, Margaret said, her voice firm. You have the power to break free. You just need to face the truth. The shadows around us twisted and writhed, as if in response to her words. Dark figures emerging from the edges of the clearing, their forms shrouded in darkness. I could feel the air thicken with malice, and I instinctively stepped closer to Clara, shielding her from the encroaching shadows. Stay back, I shouted, my voice echoing in the clearing. The shadows paused, momentarily hesitating in their advance. Clara, you have to remember, I urged, my heart pounding. What happened that day? Who were the people who hurt you? Her expression shifted, the veil of fear lifting slightly as she blinked back her tears. They were my friends, but they turned against me. They wanted to play a game that became too real. They never believed me when I said the shadows were coming for us. A memory flickered in her eyes, and I could see the pain reflected in her small features. We were playing hide and seek, but I hid too well. I heard them calling, but then I saw them. The shadows. Suddenly, the scene around us twisted violently, the shadows surging forward as Clara's voice rose above the chaos. I didn't know how to get away. They pulled me in, and I was trapped. In that moment, I understood. Clara's fear wasn't just of the shadows. It was of her own memories. The guilt of her friend's fate weighed heavily on her. The shadows weren't just a manifestation of fear. They were the embodiment of the pain and loss that had ensnared her. Clara, you need to let go, I said, desperation creeping into my voice. You have to forgive yourself. You're not alone anymore. The shadows paused, the tension in the air palpable as Clara looked at me, her eyes wide with realization. I can't, they'll never forgive me. They're gone, Clara, I exclaimed, my heart racing. You're not responsible for what happened. You can be free of this. With each word, I felt the shadows around us tremble, their forms flickering as if they were struggling to maintain their grip on Clara. Clara, fight them, Margaret cried, her voice cutting through the darkness. You have the strength to break free. In that moment, I saw a flicker of determination ignite within Clara's eyes. She took a deep breath, her small hands clenched into fists. I won't let them take me anymore. As she spoke those words, a light began to shine from within her, pushing against the shadows that had held her captive for so long. The darkness recoiled, hissing in frustration as Clara's light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing around us. The shadows shrieked, a cacophony of anguished voices echoing through the air as they began to dissipate, retreating into the corners of the clearing. Clara's light engulfed the space, wrapping around us like a warm embrace, erasing the remnants of fear and sorrow. I'm free, Clara whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. Yes, I shouted, exhilaration flooding through me. You did it. As the last remnants of the shadows faded into the night, Clara's form began to shimmer, her features softening as she turned to face us. Thank you, she said, her voice filled with a newfound strength. I can finally go home. The clearing shifted again, the vibrant colors returning as the children's laughter echoed once more. Clara looked at me and Margaret, a smile breaking through the tears on her face. You set me free. Thank you for believing in me. And just like that, she began to fade, the light around her shimmering as she stepped back into the embrace of the warm sunlight. As she disappeared, I felt a wave of relief wash over me, a sense of peace settling in the clearing. The burdens of the past had lifted, and with them, the darkness that had plagued this place for so long. We did it, I breathed, turning to Margaret, who looked just as stunned. We really did, she whispered, tears glistening in her eyes. But before we could fully process what had happened, the clearing began to dissolve around us, the sounds of laughter fading into whispers once more. The world around us began to blur, colors swirling like paint on a canvas as we were swept away from the sunlit clearing. I grasped Margaret's hand tightly, the familiar darkness closing in once more. As we were pulled through the void, I felt a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. What awaited us now? The disorienting sensation subsided, and I found myself standing once again in Clara's room, the suffocating silence replacing the joyful echoes of the past. The light from the window filtered through the curtains, casting a soft glow that felt strangely comforting. Clara was gone, but the energy of her release lingered in the air. I looked around, searching for any remnants of the shadows that had once taken root in this space. "Do you think she's really free?" Margaret asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I hope so," I replied, my gaze sweeping the room. "But we still need to confront the reality of what happened here." In the center of the room sat the diary, its pages still open from when Clara had shared her story with us. I felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the truth awaited us within its inked lines. I approached the diary, heart racing, and began to read aloud. The shadows were never just shadows. They were born from fear, from pain, and from the things left unsaid. The friends who played the game with me didn't understand what they were unleashing. As I read, the words danced before my eyes, transforming the room around us into a vivid tapestry of memories and emotions. Clara's world unfolded, each line pulling me deeper into her past. Every night, I waited for them to come back. I thought I could hide from the shadows, but they were always there, lurking just out of sight. I wished they would take me too, so I wouldn't have to feel the guilt. Tears filled my eyes as I realized the burden Clara had carried alone for so long. The guilt of surviving when her friends hadn't haunted her, imprisoning her in a cycle of pain. The day they disappeared, I felt their absence like a physical wound. I thought it was my fault, that I had led them into the darkness. But now I know that it was never my choice. The shadows were relentless, and they took what they wanted. I glanced at Margaret, who was listening intently, her expression a mix of sorrow and empathy. Clara needed to confront the truth. "Just as we do," she said softly. "We can't let her story end here." I turned back to the diary, my fingers trembling as I continued to read. "I have learned that to break free from the shadows, one must confront the light within. The memories may haunt me, but they will no longer define me. I choose to remember my friends for who they were, not for how they left this world." With each word, I felt a lightness wash over me, a cleansing of the heaviness that had lingered in Clara's room. The shadows that had once filled the space began to dissipate, chased away by the warmth of Clara's light and the truth of her journey. Finally, I reached the last entry, the ink slightly smudged as if Clara had written it in a rush. "I'm finally ready to let go. I choose to forgive myself and embrace the joy my friends brought into my life. I will carry their memories with love, not guilt." As the final words sank in, I felt the room shimmer, the oppressive atmosphere lifting as the weight of Clara's pain evaporated into the air. The diary glowed softly, radiating a warmth that enveloped us both. Margaret and I exchanged a look of understanding. "We did it," I breathed, my heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. "Yes," she said, her voice steady and full of conviction. "But Clara's journey isn't just about her. It's a reminder for all of us to confront our own shadows, to let go of the burdens we carry." As if on cue, the last remnants of darkness faded away, leaving behind a serene silence filled with hope. The window swung open, the gentle breeze carrying the scent of blooming flowers into the room, a stark contrast to the heaviness that had once clung to the air. "Let's leave this place," I suggested, feeling a newfound sense of freedom. "We need to honor Clara's memory by sharing her story." Margaret nodded, her eyes shining with determination. Together, we stepped outside into the sunlight, the world buzzing with life. The shadows that had once loomed over us were gone, replaced by a bright future filled with possibilities. As we walked away from the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that Clara would always be with us, her spirit guiding us toward the light. I knew that this was only the beginning of our journey, and that we had the power to make a difference, not just for ourselves, but for others who might be haunted by their own shadows. And as we ventured into the world, I promised myself that I would carry Clara's story forward, a beacon of hope for those lost in darkness, reminding them that no matter how deep the shadows may seem, there is always a way to find the light. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents.